Hey everybody, it's Corey Poirier back with the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event. I won't be here very long today, but I thought I probably should come in to visit you guys for a second, as the person who maybe started these Blue Talks Amplify Your Message events to explain things, because yesterday I couldn't be here to introduce your amazing, lovely new co-hosts and hand the reins over to them. So I thought at least today I should for a second. Plus, I'll be joining you guys for a few interviews over this week. I think we have 22 interviews in total. That's how many people we're featuring, and I'll be here for 4. So not a whole lot. I won't be taking a lot of screen time. But Laura Lake, Scott McDermott have been doing a killer job. Yesterday, you guys crushed it. So many comments. I've heard even feedback from people in my network saying you guys were amazing, and you guys had to pick up the reins from scratch without me even kind of saying, here's a little bit of it. You guys just jumped right in. So I'm literally going to hand the reins over to you guys, figuratively and literally. But I just want to come in and say thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Thank you for joining us. We got a whole bunch of more amazing interviews today. Kelly Falardeau will be joining us shortly, probably to talk a little bit about books and her story. And who else do we have today? We have
Joe Vitale.
So you guys are going to be interviewing Joe. I had the chance to interview him a little bit ago, and I thought it'd be cool to hand the reins over to you guys for that one as well. And I even messaged Joe and said I thought this would be cool because it'll be different questions than I would have maybe asked. And then we have
Amy.
Amy. Oh yeah, Amy. Yeah, she's the founder of PABR Institute, and she has a really cool story she'll be sharing. Then we have Mickie James, who I'm a wrestling fan, so I've been watching Mickie James for years. She's one of the most successful female wrestlers of all time. I know people say it's scripted, but you still have to be successful to get the choice to be the one they script to have the belt. And she's had it 17 times. So she's pretty much at the top of the game. Like, actually, Trish Stratus is the only one in the WWE who had the belt more times there than her. And so we have her coming in, and Mickey's also a pop star now, a country star and a pop star. And then we have Crystal Lowe, who was in the movie Hot Tub Time Machine. And this relates to the time machine question I asked. So a lot of amazing guests. You guys are going to crush it. I know you are. Kelly's going to be joining us really soon. But what I want to do is I just want to hand the reins over to you guys, let you guys take right over the show. And then, like I said, I may be coming back a little bit later today to visit. But I'll be behind the scenes, everybody. And I'll be sharing stuff. And I'll be posting comments that they might not be able to see in the private chat. For whatever reason, StreamYard still has it so that you don't see some comments. It even says some destinations won't get comments. So Scott and Laura, if I see comments or questions that I think you guys may want to check out, I will put them in the private chat and you guys can share as you wish. So thank you guys. I'm going to leave it to you. Thank you for being you. I figured I don't want to steal a lot of time, so I won't do a whole lot of interaction this time around. But thank you guys for being you. And I'll be behind the scenes if you need me.
Sweet. Awesome. So I will say that we can say the comments. And one of the comments was, will this be recorded? Yes, it is being recorded. And you can catch it on the replay or here with us live.
100%.
Yes. I am yoinking. The co-hosts, we have taken over, Scott. And what a feeling it was to have Corey come to us and say, hey, love you so much. I want you to take over my show.
Yeah. Yeah. It's huge.
It is definitely huge. I want to just share the excitement from yesterday. I've been on Blue Talks with Corey before, both as an interviewer and as an interviewee. And yesterday, the feeling of yesterday felt completely different.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't see the comments yesterday, but as I can see today, they are there. But going back and reading the comments of what people saw as some of their insights was just, it was eye-opening. They were talking about their self-love and what relationships mean to them, and just the whole cables, the cables thing from yesterday, the CABLES, just all the insights from all the people all over the place.
From Patrick Verano, yeah. And it was amazing. It was almost, I don't know, I'm curious to see how different it'll feel today. Yesterday, we couldn't see any comments. And so the interviews were I would say maybe fairly pure in a sense, but it'll be interesting to see today whether the comments pull us away or keep us in it, or how it would be fun to see. It's magic to do this. And I know Kelly's in the backstage. You want to pull her on right away. I also want to just note that I was exhausted yesterday from all the just putting so much energy into it. I felt like I'd run a marathon. It was awesome.
Oh, see, this is where I shine. You want me to talk to people all day on camera? I got this. Like,
Yeah,
just throw me in a room. I'm the person you want to take networking. And
totally.
I'm so excited to have Kelly with us. So
Yes.
Kelly, if you would like to join us here on
Let's bring
stage.
Kelly in. There she is.
Hi, Kelly.
Good morning.
Did you get your hair cut?
Morning. It's so great to be here with you guys. I was just on the radio, so for the last 4 or 5 minutes. So yeah, so happy to be here with you guys.
That's
How
awesome.
did it go?
Pardon? Oh, how'd it go?
Yeah.
Oh, it was pretty fantastic. It was so cool. One of our radio stations, 95.7, is doing a pink shirt day next Wednesday for bullying. Yeah, and so I'm really honored. I get to be one of the speakers that they have. So yeah, so it's exciting.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Boy, bullying, that's a whole topic we could cover, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
It sounds like it's kind of right up your alley. Can you tell us a little bit about you for those who haven't met you yet?
Yeah, you bet. So I got burnt as a 2-year-old to most of my body. So we lived on a farm, and my cousins were throwing shingles in the fire, and a spark came out and landed on my dress, and I exploded. And I ended up being rushed to the hospital, and I spent 4 months in the hospital. And then every 2 years until I was 20, I would have to go back to the hospital for more surgeries. So my whole life has been consumed, well, not my whole life, but, my whole childhood was consumed with, having surgeries and trying to make my body more functional. So, yeah.
That's tough. I think people don't realize when you're burned, like to a large degree, that skin doesn't grow. But you do. And so then as a kid, your skin doesn't fit anymore. So the surgeries are to basically cut your skin all apart and graft new skin on, or spread it, or we don't want to get into graphic details, but people don't understand, like, well, why did you have so many surgeries? Well, because as a kid, you keep growing, but your skin doesn't.
Yeah, and they needed me to get taller and grow so that I would have more, because I did have natural skin on my legs. So they did need me to grow more so that they would have more skin to use. So,
right.
Yeah. And that was why they could only do the surgeries every 2 years. So, yeah.
See, I learned something new. I had no idea because I never sat down and thought about it. Thank you for that, Scott. Now, I also know that you are an author and that you help other authors. So what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I still remember about 11 years ago when I became a speaker, my speaker coach said to me, Kel, now that you're a speaker, you also need to be an author. And I was like, what? I don't know how to write a book, because I'm thinking, being like J.K. Rowling's or Stephen King, where it takes years and years to write a book. So I thought, I don't know how to write a book. And I was thinking, well, why? Why do I need to write a book? And she said, well, you need a book for 3 reasons. One is so that when people hire you to speak for free, you've got a product to sell, because sometimes, you get hired as a free speaker, or a no fee is what it should be called. And then other times, because sometimes you only get to speak for 10 or 20 minutes and they still want to know more about you. So then it's good to have a book to sell so that way they can learn more about you. And then the third reason to have a book is because then you will have more credibility. So if an event planner is trying to decide between hiring you, who doesn't have a book, or someone who does have a book, they're going to hire the person who has a book, because that person is going to look like they're more of an expert than the person without the book. So I decided, okay, I guess I'm writing a book. And I didn't know how to start it. I just started writing my stories about, being burnt and growing up, and then, getting married and having kids. And then, that was the start of it. So, yeah.
That's huge. That's awesome. And I love, how you help people with getting their books out to the world, because let's be honest, writing a book has changed a lot in the last 10, 15, 20 years. It used to be that you had to write a book, you had to pitch it to a publisher, and then they traditionally printed it and traditionally sold it in traditional bookstores. And with the advent of not only computers and having the ability to write in my house on my computer and edit, but also put it together and send it to print on demand or print it myself or local printers. The whole world's changed. And how many books are printed every day, do you think, or made?
I don't know, but I did hear that Amazon has 65 million books on their platform.
Wow.
And you're very right that was the traditional way of doing it, where you would go and you'd have to pitch your book idea to the publisher, and you only got published if the publisher picked up your book. But nowadays, because of Amazon and print on demand, you don't need a publisher to publish a book. And in fact, you're better off not to go with a big publisher, because it's going to take 2 years for you to get your book published. Chances are you're going to get rejected. And I'm not trying to be negative, but that's just the way it is. I mean, there's certain criteria they're looking for, and they want people who are famous, right? They want people that are going to be able to sell books. So if you're a new person that doesn't have a social media following, chances are they're not going to pick you up, because they want to know you're going to sell books. They're not going to sell the books for you. They have a distribution network, so they'll get your books there. But a lot of times people think that a big traditional publisher is the holy grail of the publishing world, and it's not. And in fact, you're only going to make like $1 a book. Whereas if you go and you sell as a self-published author, you're going to get your book out. You can get a book out in a week or two. And then if you have your own social media following, you're going to be selling them. You're going to have to sell them anyways, because the publisher isn't going to sell them for you. So, this way you're going to make $9 or $10 or $15 a book, and you're going to keep it. You're going to own the rights. Like, there's so many reasons why you should just self-publish. So
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. And I think there's a trap in it too. I mean, we know each other, Kelly. When I wrote my first book back in 2000, I think it was released 2009. I wrote it 2006, 7, 8. And I self-published because I did all the research, just like you've mentioned. I looked at the big publishers and realized that was just a dead-end street. I'm not, nobody's ever heard of me, and I'm not famous and all of that stuff. So I just self-published. But what I didn't realize is, and I've learned now, that I spent a lot of money creating the book, getting the book printed, and it got it shipped here. It said I have all these boxes of books. And if I'm honest, I still have most of those boxes of books, because it's really hard to sell books by yourself when you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that's where you come in.
Exactly. And, that's one of the reasons that I love the print on demand with Amazon, is because you don't have to have boxes of books. So what you do is you publish it with Amazon, and then when people order from Amazon, Amazon ships it out for you, and chances are the person will get the book the next day. And that's what I don't like, is that I'm not a good finisher sometimes. So if someone says, they want to buy my book, chances are I'm not going to get around to sending it out for a month. And so then they get mad at me, right? Because it took me so long. Yeah, you get it, right? And like, I'm in my little office. I don't get out of my space very often. So I just find it a real pain in the butt for me to mail one book. So I love that Amazon does it for me, and then they just send me a royalty check whenever I have royalties coming in. So to me, it's a better system, and I love it. I don't even know who's buying my books, so it's just, it's fun that way. I love it. So I get it, Scott. I wouldn't want to have a box of books, I know you said you have a lot of them, but I just buy as many author copies as I want. So if I know I'm going to be doing a big speaking tour, then I'll buy 50 books or 30 books and 100 books, whatever I need. And I can have Amazon ship them directly to the hotel that I'm going to be at. And then it's there for me, and I save on shipping costs too that way.
That's awesome. My books are great though. They're holding the plywood down in the storage room, so it could float away, right? But it's interesting too. There's so many levels and pitfalls and tricks and traps to this too, because when I had my book done too, I might as well do a plug. It's called If Your Body Were a Car, You Wouldn't Treat It This Way. So I tried to get it on Amazon, and when print on demand came along, now it's quite a while ago that I did that, but at first I submitted my book and it's full of pictures and graphics, and they came back and said, your file's too big. So I went to my graphic artist and I paid her to make a smaller version file size wise. So she dumbed down the DPI of everything, and we submitted it to Amazon. They said your pictures are too grainy, and it kept getting rejected. I just gave up. Yeah. So that's another thing that you do, to my mind, that it's important to talk about, is that Amazon is filled with hidden rules and inner workings and how to, with the right day and the time in this category, but not that. You know that.
I do. And it's funny because when you go to put your book on Amazon, there is 6,500 categories, but there's 11,000 hidden categories that people don't know about. Right. And so that's why you want to work with someone like me, because we know how to find the hidden categories. So, and then those hidden categories, because they're hidden, there are not as many books in those categories, which makes it easier to get onto the bestseller list. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm writing that one down. There's 6,500 categories?
Yeah, 6,500 categories, and there's 11,000 hidden categories.
Wow.
And they're always adding new ones. So, I know, it's crazy.
It just, to me, I picture these file folders in these boxes that are recorded in this big warehouse, and every day they're just creating a new box with new labels. Wow, that is a lot. So what made you decide to get into helping other people write their books? What was that jump?
What was happening is, because, like, here's one thing. If you want to sell more books, you have to promote it, right? So I was always telling people on Facebook that, I was helping people write books or whatever. I was just sharing it. And then people just started asking me, can you show me how to do it? And then eventually it just got to the point where it's like, okay, hang on. Almost every second person that talks to me is asking me about writing a book. And I said, I guess I better start teaching this. And so what I did is I actually broke down what I was doing into 7 steps. And it's like, oh, okay, I can teach that. Like, once you have a clear idea of the process, it makes it easier to teach. And then when COVID hit 2 years ago, I was doing keynote speaking. That's my passion. I love keynote speaking. And then I lost all my speaking gigs. So I thought, okay, well, what am I going to do? And I laid on the couch for a week, trying to figure out what my next step was going to be. And finally, I just decided, okay, I'm going to do a workshop and teach people how to do it. And I didn't know if people would pay or how much they would pay, because I thought, well, COVID's here. Is people going to be scared to spend money? And so I did a workshop, and I said, pay what you can. So some people paid me $20, some people paid me $40, some paid me $100, $150. And in one weekend, I think I made it was $1,000 or $1,500 I made in one day. So I just thought, okay, I guess this is what I'm going to do. And so then I just developed some coaching programs around it and really got serious about, helping people to become best-selling authors. And I have 100% success rate in getting people to the bestseller list for people that work with me. And so I just thought, okay, I guess I'm doing this book thing. And that's where it's been.
I love that.
Just to confirm, that is a 100%.
Yeah.
I don't know, 0.100.
So how many of your clients make bestseller list? Top, all of them. So everybody, really. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody that has worked with me has made the bestseller list.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So when I write my next one, you're going to be available to help me.
I will be.
Awesome. I haven't decided what it's going to be about yet. So
well,
I also heard that you're a Tedx speaker, since you mentioned you loved to speak, and I have heard you speak. Tell us about the TED Talk that you have done.
Well, so I've done 2, and you guys both know this story, that, Corey helped me land both of them. So it was interesting because I told one friend that I wanted to do a TEDx talk. And so she put me in touch with Corey, because Corey was teaching it at that time. And so I signed up for his program, and I did the first module. And within 4 hours, I had landed my first TEDx talk. And so it was, in 4 hours, I landed it. So, because what happened was, all I did was I put it up on Facebook, and I said, I want to do a talk about, that talk that I wanted to do was about the Me Too movement that happened a few years but I wanted to do the mom's perspective, because both of my boys, they're twins, when they were 15, they were violated by girls. And I wanted to do the mom perspective, because we're so stuck on women being violated. And I thought, well, what about the boys that are being violated? Right? And I thought, I want to do something about that. But what happened was a couple of my mentors heard me and they said, Cal, I would highly recommend you stay away from that topic. It could either make or break you, and chances are it could break your career. So I would stay away from it. And I thought, okay, you're right. So then I put up another topic, and it was ugly is still beautiful. And what I did is I just said on Facebook, this is what I'm thinking of doing my TEDx talk about. What do you think? And I got something like 100 comments. And then what happened is that one of my Facebook friends said, hey, I just got my TEDx license and I'd love to have you on my stage. Will you come and speak? And so I did. And that was how I landed. Oh, and then Corey told me about, the TEDx in Alberta that was happening. And so I applied for that one and I got it. So yeah, I did 2 TEDx talks in 4 months.
Wow.
Well, I didn't know they were that close together.
Yeah, one was in March and one was in June.
Wow.
Yeah.
And totally different topics each time? Like you did change it up?
Yeah, you have to do 2 different topics. You cannot do the same topic for both. So the first one was ugly is still beautiful. And then the other one was the reflection of you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. And have you done like a big talk now about, I know the answer, but I'm for the people that don't, about your sons and that experience?
About my experience
with your son's experience with
no, I haven't.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I still haven't done it because I felt like it was more their story to tell.
Yeah.
And I didn't like, my sons were both okay with me talking about it, but I figured it would still be good to, I think it's just not the right time.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm happy to share with people individually, but I'm not ready to share it on stage yet.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I knew pieces around that, but I didn't know that you hadn't done that actual official one. That's amazing. But I think even because you're such a powerful speaker and because you're so well known, that even just mentioning that it exists is enough. We don't need the details. It's just like having people have that awareness, I think, is powerful.
Yeah. It's when the situations both happened, I was quite shocked because it seemed like, and I don't want people to take this the right way, but it seems like we've been so focused on empowering girls and teenage girls that we've forgotten about the boys.
That's right.
And so we have this whole generation of girls that are really powerful, and yet they're not respecting the boys. And it's like the boys' opinions don't matter. It's like the boys are being violated too, and yet we don't think that matters as much as the girls who are being violated. And I think that's wrong, because I know when it happened to my one son, he was suicidal, and he wanted to end his life over what one girl had done to him. And I was like, are you kidding me? So I'm going to lose my son because of what this one girl did. And it took him a good 6 months to a year before he was able to pull himself out of that. And that's what really upset me, is that we're so focused on the girls and we're completely leaving our boys behind. And I just think it's unfair. It's just not right.
Instead of focusing on the behavior, they're focusing on a certain target for the behavior. Yeah.
Right. Like, and they wanted to reprimand my son. They wanted to reprimand my son, but there was no consequences for what the girls had done. And I just didn't think that was right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the boys are automatically, no matter what the boys do, they're automatically guilty. And I just don't think that's right. And that's what was really bothering one of my sons, was that, he was automatically called guilty, and yet he wasn't guilty. So yeah, it just makes it really challenging. Yeah.
So that TED Talk that you did called Ugly is the New Beautiful, I know ugly is an acronym. Can you
It
share
is.
what those letters mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing about a TEDx talk. They always have a theme. And so the theme was unprovable or unsolvable problems.
Ooh.
And so I wanted to prove that ugly could actually be a beautiful word. And so ugly actually stands for the unique, gorgeous, lovable you is still beautiful.
Unique, I'm writing this down. Unique, gorgeous, lovable, you. UGLY. Aw.
That's right. And so there's a formula around that. And when I speak, I'm able to expand more about what each one of the letters mean and what the formula is. And yeah, and actually I'm going to be creating a whole community around it. I'm now getting into NFTs. And so in April, we're going to be launching a whole new community around ugly is still beautiful. So yeah, and really support and empower people to feel beautiful.
And that
they don't
really
have to
is for
flawless
everyone.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even my husband has body issues. Like anybody can feel disempowered. Anybody can have body issues. And that whole unique, gorgeous, lovable you, that can speak to anybody who just needs to learn to love yourself, as we were talking about yesterday for Love Day.
Yeah.
Valentine's. Yeah.
Well, I've got a couple of questions, Kelly. So
Sure.
we've also got one come through from Katrina Bro. She's asked a question as well, but and I want to dovetail into that. But I'm curious, as a speaker who has a very powerful kind of signature talk, and then a couple of other talks as well. But do you just keep giving that, like, ugly is still beautiful? You give that talk over and over and over and over again because there's millions of people, not everybody's heard it? Or do you change it each time? Do you have layers of it? Do you have a handful of talks? How do you play that game? Because I know as a speaker it can be tough because you're doing the application and they'll say, what do you want to talk about? And I feel like, say, well, I could talk about a lot of things. What do you want me to talk about? But that's not the right answer.
Yeah, that's definitely not the right answer at all. Because if you say that, then they think that you're not an expert at all. And in fact, I was just at a speakers retreat in Dallas, and that was actually exactly what someone brought up. If someone was to say that to you, they're going to think, oh, you're not an expert at all. So I have a couple of different talks. Ugly is Still Beautiful is actually going to be one of my new teenager talks. And then not everybody wants to hear, like when I speak to teenagers, they want to know about the bullying stuff, right? They want to know about how I got through bullying, how I got through, growing up in school. Did I think about suicide? They want to know that. Then I have another topic that's called You're More Than Enough. And that's my topic that I use for women leadership and conferences and that sort of thing. And in that talk, I go more into my journey of being, a single mom entrepreneur, right? And going through my divorce and how I was able to make that decision to, be a speaker and an author and how I persevered through all that. So they don't care about me being bullied and teased and how I went through that part of it. They want to know, how did I persevere being an entrepreneur, in the ups and downs and, the times when I was so broke, I couldn't even afford the power as a single mom and had 3 kids to support. Right. So they want to know about that aspect. And then I have another topic, which is all about book publishing, right? How to publish a book in 7 easy steps, right? Because people who are interested in writing a book really don't care that I was bullied. They don't care about, some of my perseverance stuff. They want to know, what are the 7 steps to publish a book? So it's really important that you do have those multiple topics so that it makes you more marketable, right?
Right.
So right now I've been focusing on the book publishing. So that's the topic that I've been pushing more so now. But when it starts opening up for schools and doing in-person events, then I'll be marketing You're More Than Enough and Ugly is Still Beautiful.
And so do you find that it's important then as a speaker to know what that group is looking for and fit that, like, because kind of like what Corey Poirier has, that the spider method, where you have your principal thought, your principal idea, and then there's a spider leg of this concept, this concept, this concept, and you kind of have, so Ugly is Still Beautiful and your story, but off of that, it's how that managed through bullying and how that worked through writing a book and being a single mom. And is that, I'm accurate there?
Well, so if I'm going to do the Ugly is Still Beautiful talk, then I don't talk much about book publishing. I would just say that I am a book publisher, but I don't go into like the 7 steps of that, right? So if Ugly is Still Beautiful, then I teach the formula on how to feel beautiful, even when you feel ugly. So that's the thing that most speakers miss. Most speakers, well, some speakers think that you have to get your whole story in every single talk that you do, and you don't, right? Like when I'm talking about book publishing, it doesn't fit to talk about bullying. So I don't put that story in my talk, right? Same as when I'm speaking to teenagers, you know, they might think it's cool that I publish books, but they don't care about the 7 steps to publish a book. Right. So they want to know, how do I get through school, right? How do I get over those suicidal thoughts I have? How do I, you know, persevere? So you can't get every bit of your story into every single talk. So you have to make a decision. What is the most important message I want to get across to my audience? And it's so important. Like whenever I talk to an event planner, I always want to know, who am I speaking to? Is it women? Is it, you know, women and men? Is it entrepreneurs? Is it the general public? Is it teenagers? Who is my audience? Because when you know who your audience is, you have a better idea of what they need to hear.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
I also let people text me while I'm speaking.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And I do that for a couple of reasons. I do it because then when I'm looking for questions, then, you know, I get text messages and then I'm able to answer the text messages while I speak. Now, the beautiful thing about that is I can direct my speech however way they're asking me questions, right? So if someone sends me a text and they want to know, Kelly, what was it like to be, you know, pregnant when you were burnt? Like, were you really able to have babies? Well, then I'm able to answer that, right? So I think it's so important to allow your audience to engage with you. And that has been one of the most beautiful things that I've ever done. The teenagers absolutely love it because a lot of times they don't feel safe asking a question in front of a whole school of 1,000 kids.
Yeah, they're not putting their hand up.
They're not putting their hand up. Exactly. So I'll never forget, I spoke at this one school for 700 kids and I got like 1,000 text messages that day. So it was nuts. It was just nuts.
To picture this, so you're standing on stage and your phone's going, and you just pick a time and you go, I'm just going to see if I have any questions. Scroll. Okay, I've got one. Is that how that looks?
That's exactly what I do.
Wow.
I put my phone on vibrate in my back pocket. And see, when I speak to schools, I wear jeans and a t-shirt because you want to be relatable.
Yeah.
Right? I don't wear dresses when I'm speaking to a school. And so I always have a back pocket and I put my phone in my back pocket and I can feel it vibrating. Here's another trick. For a speaker, it's really awesome. Let's say you lose your train of thought and you forget what you're going to say next. Then you just pull out your phone and, let's answer a question. And then it gets you back on track, right? So I use it for strategic reasons. But people absolutely love it. And I actually tell the schools, tell the kids to bring their phones so that they can text me.
Kelly, I got to do this. That's a great, that's one of those ideas you want to anchor. That's amazing.
I know, I love it.
What a powerful tip. I want to get to Katrina. She had a comment about that there is, we're in Canada and a lot of provinces have funding for writing a book. Or have you explored any of that? Like, do you have any thoughts around that?
I love that Katrina brought that up because her and I are actually working together to bring some grants to some of my people to get more books written. And yeah, there's grants up to $10,000 for people to get funding to write a book and get published. So yeah, I'm looking forward to. Katrina and I had a talk a couple of weeks ago, and then we're gonna have another talk probably later, either this week or next week, to talk more about it. But yeah, it's pretty phenomenal the amount of grants that are out there for people, and even like people with disabilities or minorities. There's grants out there for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is awesome. So Katrina's very active, which is really fun. She said, what are the price ranges to put a book together with Kelly through your program? Oh, she's seeding a great question. So if people want to work with you, what does that look like?
What does it look like? Well, it depends on what program they want to be a part of. So I have a lot of my people want to be best-selling authors. So that's a program in itself. And then I just have people that just, we just want to write a book. That's it. I just want to get my story out there. And so then I have programs for that also. And then I have other people who have already written a book and they want to learn how to publish it and market it so they can become a best-selling author. So I have 3 different levels of programs to help people get their books out there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. And you had mentioned that there was a 7-step process to publish your books. Are you willing to share just the basics with us?
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. So the first step, of course, is to, what is your why? So why do you want to write a book? Right? Because if you don't know why, then it's hard to start, right? The first time that I wanted to write a book, it was because I wanted a credibility piece. I wanted to be able to say, hey, I'm a speaker and an author. This is why I wanted to write a book. My second book, the reason I wanted to write it, because I wanted to be a best-selling author. So that was my second book. So the second step is, who do you want to help?
Ooh.
Right? Because you got to know who you want to help. Right? And when you know who you want to help, then that makes it easier. The third step is, what kind of book do you want to write? Okay, so you might want to write a compilation book. You might want to write a memoir, a how-to book, or a children's book. So what kind of book do you want to write? Okay. The next step is to, of course, research it and start writing it. And here's the easiest way to write a book. Record it. Okay, everybody thinks they have to do it the old-fashioned way where you write and write and write for hours and hours and hours. You don't. Anybody that is teaching, writing a book in a weekend, what they're suggesting you do is to write your outline and then record it and speak it out, because most people can only type 30 or 40 or 50 words a minute, but you can speak 120 words a minute. Okay, so you can get your book done 10 times faster if you record it. Then once you've recorded it, you get it edited. Okay, so you need a good editor, and this is where you should actually spend money. So an editor wants to make you sound good. So you want to have an editor. So, and then there's 2 types of editors. One is like a development type editor, and then the other one is a grammar proofreader. So depending on what your book is about, determines what type of editor that you want. The next step is, once you have it formatted as a book, is to get a cover made. And now this is one of my favorite steps, and that's mostly because I'm a visual person, so I love the visual part. But as soon as you know what kind of, like, what your title is going to be, I get the cover made right away. I don't wait till the book is written. I get the cover made, and then I put it up on Facebook, and I get people to vote, and I'll put like 2 or 3 samples up and say, okay, what's your favorite? And you want to do that because it gets people excited that you're writing a book, and it feels more real for you. And it feels like, oh my God, I can accomplish this because I've got a cover. The other thing is, you want your people's opinion. And the reason you want their opinions about your book is because, or your title or your cover, is because they're the book buyers. Okay. They're the ones who are going to pay the $20 for your book. So you want their opinion. Okay. Then the other thing that you do once you have your cover done is you put it up on Amazon. Okay. So you go to kdp.amazon.com, and that there's, I think, about 30 different questions they're going to ask you. And it's simple. And in fact, in the whole book publishing world, this is probably the easiest step. So it seems like it's really hard and complicated, and there's a few little nuances about it, but for the most part, it goes pretty quickly. And that's where you can get your ISBN number. That's where you pick your categories. You put your author bio there, your book description, how much you want to sell it for, where you want to sell it. All of that is there. And then you just wait for Amazon to approve. And then once they approve, you're good to go and you're ready to sell.
Mic drop.
Yep, mic drop.
So where do we find you, Kelly?
They can find me. I've got a free gift for all of your listeners. It's a blueprint on how to publish a book in 7 easy steps. and they can go to 7stepsauthor.com. And they can also even book a free 30-minute call with me.
Aw.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure I get this right. 7 steps.
7 steps. Yep.
Okay.
Author. The number 7.
Author.com. The number 7.
Number 7.
Yeah, the number 7.
Book a call. Nice.
That
Thank
is
you so
brilliant.
much for the
We've got,
free gift for everyone.
Yeah, we've got about another minute or so before we switch over to Joe Vitale. So anything you want to share, final words of inspiration or anything, Kelly?
Well, you know, this is something I'd love to share. It's a quote that I made up way back when, and it's dreams are meant to be found, not tucked away in dreamland.
Aww.
And, you know, I still remember many times when I was a little girl, people would say, you know, your dreams will never come true. And so when that came to my head, I was like, yeah, dreams are meant to be found. They're not tucked away in dreamland. So yeah, go for your dreams.
I wrote that down. Thank you so much, Kelly. It was wonderful to see you again. And
yeah, so great to see you guys again. And thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure.
You're such a gift, Kelly. Awesome. So brilliant. Wow. Hey?
So many notes.
I know. And just mind-blowing moments, like subtle things she said, like having the kids text you their questions. Like that's a game changer. 100% game changer.
Katrina's like, bring it on. She said she's experienced Kelly sharing her 7-step process as she motivates others, and she is amazing. Darlene, Kelly is the best instructor ever. Aww. Hopefully you have given that testimonial to Kelly herself. If you haven't, may I suggest sending her that as a video so that she can use it to help promote her books and her programs and her message. This whole event, the bLU Talks event, is about amplifying your message. So to share that love with the people that you care about and that you support, I highly encourage you to send them that testimonial, Darlene. Send it via video, and she can use it any way she wants. Welcome back, Scott.
I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, everybody went away. There's Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Yo. Hi, how are you?
I am loving that sign on your shelf. Be happy.
Right. A little message and a reminder.
Oh, definitely. So welcome to the bLU Talks Amplifier Message Show. It hasn't been that long since you had talked to Corey before. You did an interview with him in September, just a few months ago. And I watched that one live. So I am interested to learn more about what you're up to right now. So tell us a little bit about you for those who haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet.
Oh, my goodness. I am an author. I have written 80 some books. I have 2 new books out right now. I am a musician. I have 15 albums out, 6 of them singer-songwriter albums. I am in a lot of movies. The most notable was the movie The Secret from 2006. There's been about 20 other ones since, and there's another one coming out this year. I'm also online with hundreds of products, digital products, audio products, video products. I've got a coaching program at miraclescoaching.com. I have been helping authors get published since around 1980 something in the last century, and still marching forward. The only thing that's changed for me is the pandemic has kept me from traveling, being on stages and going to other countries where I've done my speaking and done my best to inspire people. Otherwise, I'm still doing it just over Zoom. I'm over the internet, over SteamYard or StreamYard or whatever this thing is called. That's it in a nutshell.
That's it in a nutshell. So much. You said you were working on a movie this year.
Yes, I was filmed for a movie this year, and I'm also working on a movie that is based on one of my books. The movie I was filmed for this year was based on Think and Grow Rich, the famous Napoleon Hill book. And they're doing a movie about it. There's already been a couple, and the book is worthy of having movies done. And Napoleon Hill's life is worthy of a Hollywood movie. But this was a movie about Think and Grow Rich and how it's affected people. And I was one of the people that's been affected, and one of the people who went in as a narrator. And for me, I wrote a book in 2005 called Zero Limits, and it's been remarkably popular. And it's been translated, traveling around the world, and I've wanted it to be a movie for a very long time. And it looks like this year I have a movie producer, and we're putting things together to actually make a film called Zero Limits. And oh, and I also forgot to mention, I have my own TV show. It's brand new. It only started a little while ago. It's called Zero Limits. It's Zero Limits Living, and it's on Amazon, Roku, Apple TV, YouTube. I put a website at ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com where people can go there. So yeah, I'm doing so many things I can't keep up myself. That's why I forgot. Oh yeah, I have a TV show.
Definitely.
You're successful when.
Right. Yeah, you know you're successful when you can't keep up with what you're doing.
When, by the way, I have a TV show as well. I think for most people that will be their lifelong dream. Just that one thing, and it's like it's part of my quiver of arrows. So,
right, yeah, it was an afterthought. I forgot about it. Yeah,
yeah. What's so with all the world changing and stuff, and going from jet setting and being in person and time changes and jet lag and all that, and all of a sudden everything's on Zoom. Do you look forward to going back to the jet setting, or how do you feel about that? I know Les Brown is kind of like, I don't want to travel anymore, I'm just stay home, but where are you at with that?
I'm with Les Brown.
Yeah,
there was a part of me that was really wearing out before the pandemic put a break on all the flights anyway. The last country was Iran, and right before that was Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Italy. They were just back to back, and I was going to countries I never dreamed I'd ever go to, like Iran. I never thought I'd end up there. And Kuwait and Dubai, just amazing. But there's a certain level of exhaustion that takes place. You're not just speaking on stage for an hour. You're traveling for 3 days to get there and 3 days to get back. And it ends up being a marathon. Yeah. And I do remember thinking, oh man, it's wearing thin. It's getting old. I need a break. So I will probably travel again when the coast is clear, but not as much. I've basically been spoiled. I've been able to see that I can still reach the masses. I can still reach tens of thousands of people and sit right here and just look at my screen. And so that, that's kind of like the lazy way to transformation, but what the heck, that's working.
Yeah, there's not a lot of jet lag from the office to the kitchen. Right? Oh, I'm good.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
And there's a piece though that there's an energetic piece that's different live and in person. It's not the same on Zoom. I mean, I'm a speaker as well. Yeah. By the way, Scott McDermott, pleased to meet you, sir. Absolutely. And I know Laura Lake. I don't know if we actually, I'm assuming you were told we were going to be here, but just to officially.
I did get a heads up this morning.
Yeah.
Kind of like a last minute, there's going to be a change, but I got it.
Yeah, no, which is also exciting, right? It's a new opportunity for Laura and myself to have been working with Corey for a couple of years and to be able to graduate into this role. But I know as a speaker myself, there is definitely an in-person energy that I miss, where I can feel the audience. Like I may have had an intention of what I was going to say, but I can feel they need me to go over here. And now I'm speaking about something different that wasn't planned, but it's so powerful. Yeah. And I find myself, and I'm curious to your thoughts, that's not as easy on Zoom.
I totally agree with you. That is, first of all, missing, because being in front of the audience, you get the ability to read the audience. You get a sense of where they're at and what they want. And I can adapt on my feet to pretty much give them what they are wanting in that moment. And the other thing is there's an energy exchange. They're feeding me. They're feeding me. It's one reason why some of the musicians that are singing the same songs every night for 20, 30 years are able to do it. They're being fed by their own audience. Yeah. To the audience, it's new. And so when there's an audience that's live there and they're grateful and they're excited, it's like, oh my God, that's lightning in a bottle. That's a frenzy of excitement. And then the other thing is I've always loved meeting the people afterwards. Whether it was a dinner, a private mastermind, a book signing, photo shoot, anything like that, still found it exhausting, but it was one of those happy exhaustions. Yeah. You got to meet some truly great people who were excited to meet you. All of that, of course, is missing when you sit here and do Zoom. I get a tiny little taste of it if I can intuitively connect with the audience, but I don't get the big wave of energy that comes, as you know, from being on stage.
Yeah, that's huge. And I know, I'm sure you've experienced this as well. I've done Zoom talks, and typically when it's more of a teenage audience, 60 to 70% of them don't even have their cameras on. And it's like, are you even here still? You know, it's different. But can you imagine being on stage and you have 300 people in the audience, but 200 of them, their seats are empty. Like maybe they're here, or I can't tell because there's a mirage and their seats are empty. Anyway, it's different.
Well, I'll tell you the biggest illusion I ever experienced. The largest audience I spoke to was 20,000 people, and it was in Lima, Peru. And I had a police escort, entourage, bodyguard, translator. I mean, the works. And when I got on stage to speak, I really felt bad for the promoters because I only saw a couple hundred people. And I thought, oh, they didn't sell out. They expected 20,000. And what I didn't realize is there were 20,000 people there. I could only see the first 6 rows.
Oh, wow.
The first 6 rows were lit up. And so I played to that audience. They had cameras and everything and big screens that the people way in the back were able to see it. I didn't know that until the show was over. They put me back in the caravan and we started driving, and I'm passing mobs of people and didn't realize that those mobs were watching me. Wow. I thought, well, there was only a couple hundred people, and I felt bad for the promoters.
I want to know what inspired you to become a speaker to begin with.
It wasn't inspiration at all. That was desperation.
Yeah.
That was desperation. I was a reluctant speaker. I did not want to speak. I was insecure, immature, shy, introverted. It's like, do not let me speak to more than one person. And that's basically how I grew up. I met a woman that knew me in high school. I met her fairly recently. And I said, what do you remember of me from high school? And she thought, and she says, I don't think I ever heard you say a word. Ever. And so I never thought I was destined to be a speaker, and certainly wasn't inspired to be. But my first book was 1984. And it was not selling because I learned publishers don't know how to sell books. And I certainly didn't know how to sell books in 1984. And in my research, I discovered that, hey, if you get on stages and they like you, they might want to take a piece of you home, which could be your book. And so I reluctantly put my hand up and said, I'll speak for free. And I think the first audience had 6 people in it. And I was sweating as if I had been in a prize fight for 12 rounds. And I was leaning against the wall, shaking. I was ready to pass out. But I realized those people didn't know what I was going through internally. They were taking notes. Whatever the hell I was mumbling, they thought was worthwhile. And they did want my book. And so I began speaking, and apparently, practice makes perfect. I kept doing it. And whenever you speak to a group, usually there's somebody in the group that's a member of another group. Mm-hmm. And they often would come up and say, hey, I like what you had to say. I'm in a breakfast club. Would you come and speak to my group? And then I'd speak to that group, and somebody would come up and say, hey, I'm in a dinner group. Would you come and speak to my group? Well, if nothing else, I was getting well fed during those times, if not well paid. And I learned to speak. But I have never, ever been inspired to speak.
No, I love that.
No, even today. It's like I'm dealing with Ireland right now. Ireland has paid me to go and speak, but they're having problems with COVID, and 1/3 of the country is sick right now. And so we're going back and forth. And a part of me is like, God, I hope it doesn't happen. I hope we just decide to do it by Zoom because it simplifies everything. I can psych myself up and buck up and do it in front of the camera for 45 minutes and then just kind of sulk off and go read a book or something. Go do what I really want to do. So no, I'm a reluctant speaker. Whatever. I think I learned the gift of gab from listening to my father. And so when push comes to shove, I can speak. But it's not my choice. It's not my favorite thing. It's not my first thing. And to answer your question, it's not where my inspiration typically is.
So fear and desperation inspired you to sing. Do you find it easier to sing than you do speak?
No, that was worse. Oh, what a great question. Oh my God. Oh God, no, it was awful. It was horrible. I delayed going on stage as a singer forever. It was my own band. I put together a band of legends, and they are legends. They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They're famous. I was a green musician who was just lucky enough to drop my name, and they knew who I was and could pay them and this, that, and the other. They shamed me into singing on stage. And I remember that when I agreed to perform with my band for the very first time live, I was traumatized. And I know all of the self-help tricks, right? I know the tools and techniques to get past fear. I was using everything I can think of. I got counseling. I went to mentors. I did everything to fortify myself and get ready for this thing. And long story short, I was terrified right up to being on stage. But I did it, and I sang, and I got a standing ovation. And I haven't done it again.
Oh, you only did it the once?
So far, I've done it the one time with the band. I did sing at another event solo, which was that's even harder. You don't have your band to support you. It's being a guitar, standing on stage. That was even harder, but I also did it. And I'm proud that I did. But to answer your question, no, it wasn't any easier. I remember Kevin Bacon, the actor. He's a musician. He's got his own band. He said being on stage as a singer-songwriter and he put several obscene words in there, absolutely terrifying. He says, and I agree with this, when you have a script or you're on stage as a speaker, you can pause. You can get a drink of water. You can catch your breath. You can look off in the distance dramatically, and everybody's just, they're caught up. But as a singer, the band is moving. The song is trucking. That train is moving. You don't get to stop. You better know your words. You better know the rhythm. You better be in the groove. You better be in the moment, or you botched it. So it is far harder to be a singer-songwriter than it is to be a mumbling, introverted speaker.
There's so much amazing in this. I think that's a common thing people don't realize. Like, I just listened to Will Smith's autobiography on Audible, and it's fascinating to see somebody like yourself, who I think, oh, Joe's got it all together, and it's a gravy train free ride. It's a straight line from A to B, and he doesn't have all the problems that I have. He doesn't have all this imposter syndrome and all this introverted and all. He doesn't have. It's just easy, and then you go, oh my God, it's amazing. I think that's powerful.
Well, thank you. I think that's one reason why I think it's important to share this.
Yes.
I don't want people to fall for the illusion that, once you're on Success Street, everything is just a breeze. Right. Every single successful person I have met or interviewed has all had struggles, and usually still do. In some way, shape, or form. When I was going through the insecurity of being a speaker, I was reading everything I could from famous speakers, and I was finding out these people were terrified. Very often they throw up right before they go on stage. I remember even Jerry Seinfeld, there was a movie about him, and as comfortable as he looks on stage and as confident he is and as a smart aleck coming up with his wisecracks right before going on stage, he's ready for the emergency room.
Yes.
This man, his heart's beating through his chest. He's pale. I remember a scene where somebody came up to wanted an autograph, and he's like, his hands are shaking. He can't do it at this moment. And I so related, and it's those kind of stories that comforted me. And so when I tell my story, I'm hoping it comforts the authors that will end up going on stage at some point to promote their material.
Yeah.
I've had so many conversations lately about introverts and how just because you're introverted does not mean that you don't like people.
Right.
And it does not mean that you have to be shy. Some of the greatest speakers that we know of are introverts.
Absolutely. And I also believe what people want is authenticity. I think it's important just to own it. I think it's important just to be able to get on stage and say, look, I'm a nervous wreck. Give me a moment to catch my breath. And I have actually said that. There have been times where I was on stage and it's like, I haven't been able to calm my nerves now. I'm real excited. I'm excited to be here in front of everybody and to share with everything. But, there's that part of me that is a little insecure. Own it.
Yes.
Own it. People will identify with it because they are owning their own fear. Part of them wants to be on stage, and you're the one on stage, and they're thinking and imagining that if I was on stage, I'd be a nervous wreck. You're admitting that you're nervous.
Yeah.
That helps them identify with you.
Yes.
I think there's, I don't know if it's this time or all times, but people crave sincerity. They crave authenticity. So own what's going on.
I love sharing that the very first time I was by myself on stage as a professional speaker, I ugly cried.
Yeah.
I mean, I had mascara running down my face. It was the whole, like all of that. Ugly cried on stage. And I had my little notes and my hand is shaking.
Yep,
And
yep.
I apologized. I was like, I'm sorry. This is just very emotional. I didn't even tell this story to my family yet.
Wow.
Yeah. And they came up to me afterwards and gave me so many hugs. I never stopped speaking after that.
Yeah.
I need more hugs.
Well, you know what people
now than ever.
What people don't realize is that people don't care what you're going through as much as you think they do. So when you're standing on stage and you think people are judging you, or you think people are not liking you, or you're thinking people are bored, that is a misread, because there's no way for you to know exactly what's going on with people. And people are so obsessed with themselves that they're not really paying that much attention to you. And then, and this is the thing that really helped me the most, if you absolutely blow it in the most ridiculous way, people forget. They don't really care. They might talk about it for a little bit, you know, but for the most part, they're worried about their bills and whatever's going on in their relationship and their health and their life, and rightly so. I remember one of the speakers was a famous speaker, Dottie Walters, and she wrote a book called Speak and Grow Rich, and she influenced lots of people, and she was influential to me when I was starting out. And she said one of the biggest speeches she ever gave was in front of thousands of people, and she completely screwed up her line. She missed a point with a story. She was red-faced, embarrassed, and what she realized is nobody cared. Nobody cared. And I thought, wow, if they don't really care, I'm going to do my best, get the message out there, do what I'm there to do, and get off stage. That's it.
I would love to know how your message has changed, because I've heard your story of being homeless and and working your way up from there, and the whole desperation mode, which you had mentioned earlier.
Right.
How has your message evolved from the first time that you spoke scared shitless on stage to
Right.
where it is today?
Well, I am far more interested in inspiring people. I think my message is far more spiritual. It is far more inner directed, and it is far more focused on people discovering their own inspiration, following it to achieve or attract their own dreams. That's my mission. I think at this point in my life, I'm pretty clear that that's my life calling. That's what I'm here to do. I didn't know it in the beginning. I knew that I would say when I was a teenager and I wanted to write things that made people happy. Because when I looked around, I felt that I saw unhappy people, and I was unhappy at the time, but I wasn't really looking at myself. I was saying, they're unhappy. Let me write things to alleviate this, to change their emotion, to make them laugh. I would say today, the more clear mission for my life is to create things that inspire people to discover their own dream and to go for it. That would be, and to me, that's a very clear message today. That's really the focus of virtually everything I do. Even the songs that I write are designed, as I clumsily do them, to get people to follow their own dreams. And everything that I'm writing, everything I'm speaking, the books that I talk about, the Instagram videos I post every day, I'm doing my best to stay to that core message. Help people achieve their dreams.
So where do you find people trip up in pursuing their dreams?
That's a great question. In a lot of ways, one of them is just simply not starting. It's the nightmare of procrastination, and people deceive themselves. There's a whole lot of self-sabotage where they just say, well, I don't know where to start, for example. And I'm a fan of Teddy Roosevelt's quote. He said, do what you can with what you have right where you are. That sums it up right there. Yeah. Do what you can with what you have right where you are. Another way of saying it, and I've said this in some of my books, is that you take baby steps. You look at where you're sitting and just say, what's a step I can do right now? What is it? Is it just reading a book? Is it opening an online store, getting a website domain? Whatever the first step is, do the easy first step. Because here's the magic. When you do the first step, the next step becomes apparent. Then do the next step. When you do that one, the next step has a little light on it. Now you can take the baby steps. And I've quoted, I think it was Elmore Leonard, who said, you can drive your car entirely across the United States at night by only following the headlights. And they only illuminate 100 feet or whatever it is in front of you. That's how you make your progress to whatever your publishing goals are, your career goals. Step by little step, you just keep moving forward. And I'm going to tell you a little secret here. I was on a show recently where they said, out of everything you've written and everything you've done and everything you've read, blah, 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 what's the one thing that always works? What's the one thing that always works to move you to success? And I'm a little frustrated thinking there's all kinds of things that work and you really need to do them all. And then I realized, oh yeah, there is one thing. And this one thing beats talent. It beats luck. It beats resources. It beats connections. It beats virtually everything you can throw on the table. What's the one thing? Persistence. Just keep moving forward. I wanted to be a writer when I was a kid, so that's in the 1950s and the 1960s. My first book wasn't until 1984. And by then I had gone through homelessness. I was still in poverty, barely lifting my head above it. And my first book's published, and it doesn't do that great because I didn't know anything about marketing, and neither did the publisher. And it's another 10 years before my next book after that. But what am I doing during all of that? Every morning I had a typewriter. I was writing. And we didn't have the internet. You stuck your stories and your articles and your books in manila envelopes with another manila envelope inside that one and putting postage on it because you had to pay for your return of your manuscript. And then you wait 6 weeks to 6 months to get what was usually a rejection. Then I crater, then have to go through the process again and just keep doing it. It's persistence that wins over everything.
Oh, so good. And, Joe, I coach people on fitness and nutrition as a trainer. And I think that you've really hit on something that I think is that people, they look at people like you and they go, oh, how does he do that? I'm just not motivated. And what they don't understand is motivation comes from action. You don't feel motivated and then take action. You take action, which makes you feel motivated. And I think that's exactly what you just said. You have to keep taking action, even when you don't bloody feel like it.
And you have to believe in yourself. There were way too many times when I looked around and there was no evidence that I'd ever be published. None. Yeah. Nobody encouraging me, no editor, no writer, nothing in my environment. It's really coming from inside. It's really this following, at that point, a delusion. It's like, well, I'm going to be published someday. I'm going to make a difference with some of my writing, some of my books, novels, whatever I was going to write. And it's that image, that vision that I keep pursuing. And over time, I don't know of any overnight successes. As much as I've read and as much as I've listened, I think that the overnight means about 20 to 30 years.
There you go. Yeah.
It's not overnight like 24 hours. It's not that at all. It's it'll seem that way to the public when they hear your name repeatedly. They'll go, they came out of nowhere. They're an overnight success. Yeah. And you look at their story and it's like, yeah, overnight started last century.
Yeah.
It really did. I love that you keep highlighting that. We're in a whole new millennia.
We are. This is a new century. It's a new life, new history.
That is so powerful. Oh, so much good stuff.
I want to learn how you discovered Ho'oponopono. Am I saying that correctly?
Ho'oponopono.
Okay.
You've gotten the closest of just about anybody who's interviewed me.
I've heard you say it multiple times, and I would rewind and
Good for you. Ho'oponopono. It's a Hawaiian healing method that I discovered around 2005, 2004, somewhere in there. Back then, that's before The Secret. And I had made a name for myself as an internet marketer. I was one of the early pioneers on the internet and stumbled my way into some sort of success and notoriety. And so a lot of people were contacting me, and somebody had told me this wild story about a therapist who helped heal an entire ward of mentally ill criminals. And if that wasn't startling enough, he did it by not working on the criminals, but by working on himself. And I thought, this doesn't sound right. I believed in magic and miracles. I was pretty open-minded, liberal, but I thought this sounds like an urban legend. It doesn't sound true. I heard the story another time, and I thought, well, I should at least check it out and do my due diligence. At that point, there was nothing on the internet. I even hired a private investigator to look for this therapist, and we did find him. And there is a real therapist. He actually died a couple weeks ago. His name was Dr. E. Haleakala Hulen. And I found him, got on the phone with him, grilled him. He spent 45 minutes answering all my questions. He didn't know me. He was very generous of his time and of his wisdom and his heart. I flew to California, and that was the beginning of my working with him. I did 3 seminars where we co-led them. We wrote the first book together, which was Zero Limits, which is still inspiring the masses around the world. I wrote 2 follow-up books, one 10 years after that called At Zero, and then one fairly recently called The Fifth Phrase. So I learned about Ho'oponopono by hearing the story and thinking, if this thing is true, the world needs to know. And I was fortunate enough to be the journalist, the author, to write the story and bring it to the masses. And I'm very proud of it because it truly is a tool that can help people out of their stuckness. And whether it is a relationship problem, finance problem, health problem, it's all coming down to beliefs. We're creating our world, our lives from our unconscious beliefs. We don't think of it that way. We don't usually acknowledge that. Most of us have never even heard that before. But for me, that's a reality. And so how do you change your beliefs if they're in your subconscious? One way to do it, there are numerous ways, but one way is with Ho'oponopono. So I was glad to discover it, get to use it, get to write about it, get to teach it with Dr. Hulen for a decade. And as I say, he just recently passed, which was a sad moment for me, but I'm also very grateful for the time and the opportunity.
Aw. Can you share with us what the 4 phrases are?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, Ho'oponopono is very simple, and there's a lot of depth to it, and you could do a deep dive if people get really interested. That's why I wrote 3 books. There's a trilogy. But on its very simplistic level, what Ho'oponopono is doing, first of all, is urging you to take complete responsibility for what's going on in your life. So as we're sitting here, we may have a problem with somebody else, but we have to realize that the problem we're feeling is in us. It's not in the other person. We may say it's the other person and point at the other person, but our perception and what's causing our problem is inside us. So we have to realize we have to do the inner work. That's the first level. The second level is we have a connection to what I end up calling the great something. Some people call it God, the divine, the universe, Gaia, you can say nature. There is a higher power. There's a force that we're part of. And so we're going to our connection to the higher power with a kind of a prayer, with a kind of a petition. And we're saying these 4 basic phrases. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. And thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. We're not saying them in any particular order. We're not saying them out loud. We're not saying them to anybody else. It's an internal prayer-like experience. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. That you say to your connection to the divine. It's like you called up God and you're saying these 4 phrases. And the 4 phrases are designed to remove what is in you creating, or we can say co-creating, the problem. That's, that is a very scaled down Cliff Notes dummies guide version to Ho'oponopono. I would suggest somebody you know, if they're interested, there's lots of information online. And of course, the first book, Zero Limits, goes into detail.
I love that so much. I remember the first time I came across it and had no idea what was going on. I
Right.
had been in an accident, a bicycle accident, and so I was laid off. I started my own business. So I go to this wellness expo and I have a booth, and I'm halfway in tears the entire day because I'm
Mm.
stressed out, PTSD, all of that. One of the gentlemen there recognizes that I'm not doing well. He comes up to me, he does some EFT tapping, and he gives me a card with that figure 8 on it and those 4 phrases. And he's like,
Wow.
I want you to take this. I want you to say it to yourself every day for at least the next week. And then when you finish that week, do it again for the next week and just keep doing it. And I did. And it helped me to discover that, yeah, I have to take that responsibility and love me first. That's when I started getting into mindfulness and healing my chronic pain using that same belief system
Wow.
of it starting
Beautiful.
within me. So I want to say thank you for sharing that with the masses. Otherwise, I would not be here the way
Wow.
that I'm showing up today for you.
Wow, that is a
Thank
great
you.
story. And I'm glad that there was an angel that walked up to you and gave you those phrases to begin working with. I mentioned the book, but people don't need books. You can begin doing this right now. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. Think of what's going on in your life. Go inside yourself. Pretend, if you don't feel it, at least pretend you're talking to your connection to the great something, the great mystery. And you're saying, I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And those phrases are kind of a shorthand for, I'm sorry for what part of me co-created this experience. Please forgive me or my ancestors, because in Ho'oponopono, we're all connected, for the belief systems we may have engaged in. Thank you for this healing. Thank you for clearing this up. I love you for my life. I love you for this process. I love you for this freedom. I love you for this remedy. So the 4 phrases are a shorthand for something that's a little bit more engaged going on. So a lot's happening under the hood, so to speak.
Ooh. So I want to know. Oh, go ahead, Scott.
I was just saying, while you were talking about it, I'm not gonna lie, I pulled up a published document, I typed it out, and I sent it to the printer. I'm gonna stick it in my office. It's amazing. It's beautiful and so simple.
Oh,
and I was
nice.
like trying to do it. I hope I don't look distracted, but I really want to I want to grab this and print. I wrote a note, but I want to grab it and print it, and I'm gonna stick it on my wall because that's amazing.
Well, I also want to acknowledge you're a man who takes action, and I applaud that. You know, there's a lot of people who saw the movie The Secret and critiqued it because it didn't say take action. Yet I'm the guy in the movie saying you have to take action, and I actually even say, there's a quote, it's your job to take action. Life is a co-creation. If I just sat and visualized being a musician, I wouldn't be able to say I had any albums. At some point, I had to get out of the chair, make some phone calls, get a studio, get my band, go in there and actually record. So when I see somebody taking action, especially instantaneous action, I acknowledge it. And it's also a lesson for everybody that's watching. It's like when you get inspired to do something, do it. Why wait? Why talk yourselves out of it? Ride the energy of the moment. This is it.
Yeah.
So that means, Scott, that once you get it printed and once you put it up in your office, you have to take a picture, you have to tag Joe in it, and you have to let him know that you actually did it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Please.
100%.
Definitely. So with this new movie and TV show and everything coming out about Zero Limits, is there somewhere that you want to send people for anticipation to build this year?
Well, I'm so proud, even though it was an afterthought when we were talking earlier, I'm so proud of the TV show. I would say send them there. I've got the website put up as a one-spot shopping area, ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com. ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com. As the episodes are produced, we'll post them there. But they're on YouTube and Roku and Apple TV and Amazon Fire and probably some other places. You can download the Lux TV app and watch them too. So I would say that would be a simple thing. ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com.
And where else can people find you other than the Zero Limits stuff?
I'm all over. I'm not hiding. So I'm all over the I'm all over the internet. All of my books are on Amazon. The two recent ones are Karmic Marketing and The Abundance Paradigm. Those are both brand new, and they're both on Amazon, as well as the older books that we've mentioned. Those are on Amazon. Instagram, I'm Dr. Joe Vitale, Dr. Joe Vitale. Same thing on Facebook. So you can follow me there. I'm posting videos once or twice a day on Instagram. They also go to Facebook. So following Dr. Joe Vitale could be, enriching and hopefully inspiring.
Aw. You have been so inspirational to so many people, so many people. And I don't just mean The Secret, but with everything that you're doing in all areas of your life. Do you have a key message that you want to share with people?
Well, yes.
I don't know what it is right now, but
Right. Well, I'm thinking, first of all, we covered a lot.
we did.
And there's a lot of little one-liners that are in here that I would want to remind people of. But I
Mm.
would say that it's really important to do what you love. It's really important because whatever you end up doing, there's probably going to be some struggle days, and there's going to be some bumpy days and dark nights and things like that. It's the course of the human experience as we go through it. I think a big mistake that people who watch The Secret or read some of the feel-good books is to think that, oh, life's never going to have a problem again. And then when there is a problem, we're cratered. We can't do anything. We give up. We surrender. We become critics. We become skeptics. And I say, do what you love, because when those days come, like it rains one day, because you're doing what you love, you're okay. You can keep going. You'll go, oh, it's just raining. Tomorrow the sun will be out, or the day after that. Today it's rain, but you're doing what you love. As long as you're doing what you love, you can get through all those days. So do what you love.
I've definitely had a couple of those weeks. I was just last week there was a 3-day event followed by Corey's 3-day event, which covered the weekend, and I'm launching a coaching program and then doing all of this week. I'm like, I don't have time to do everything else, including laundry. Right. At the same time. So I'm like, I need to just do what I love, follow what I love, know everything will work out fine.
Yeah. One step at a time, it's all fine. One day at a time, it's all fine. The more we can stay focused, the more we can stay closer to the moment, it's easier to get through everything. But a mantra for me, because I went through a divorce and we're in a pandemic and this, that, and the other, is one day at a time. It's all fine. Just do today. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about yesterday. Just do today.
One of my mantras lately has been choose me.
Yeah.
And another one is speak from my sparkle. So if I just said speak from your sparkle to you, what do you think that means?
First of all, I love it. It has a little sparkle to the very phrase. It makes my heart sing a little bit. It reminds me to speak from joy, from what brings you happiness, from where your unrestricted child comes from. It reminds me to let your star shine, but it has that little charming way of saying it. It's like sparkle. Sparkle is like what a kid would say, so it reminds me of all those things.
I really want to jump in on something about this, though, because I think it's very powerful. You talk about being real. I just love that. And what I've really been personally challenged with in the last 2 years is there's a lot of yuck going on. And I've noticed, and I would love to hear your guidance on this. I've noticed that when I engage in the yuck, I feel yuck.
Yeah.
I have this sense that I need to be responsible to know what's going on, because there's some ulterior motives going on out there that aren't good. And I feel like I have this maybe obligation to be aware of them. But I also find when I do investigate that obligation of awareness, it brings all of me down. And when I just let it go for a second, which partly I feel irresponsible, but when I let it go and I just focus on what I love to do, which is help people and really connect with helping people, when I just stay focused on that, I come back to bliss and happiness and joy and purpose and light, and I just feel so good. How do you balance you just ignore what's going on? Is that not irresponsible? Like I'm out. I don't know where to go because I don't pay attention to it. I'm happy, but am I being naive?
That's a great thing to bring up, and it's kind of like quicksand at the same time. And you're bringing it up near the end of the interview. It's like, okay, Joe, in a soundbite, answer this.
You got 2 minutes. Go.
You said a couple times that it feels like it would be irresponsible not to pay attention to that, and I would have you look at that as a belief, because it doesn't sound to me like it's irresponsible or in any way responsible to go and pay attention to what you've already said in the same breath is confusing. That nobody really knows what's going on out there. We do know there's a lot of confusion, where there's a lot of fighting. There's almost a civil war going on with people that are against each other, families being split and all of that. My rule of thumb is don't pay any attention to the mainstream news. If you need to feel like for your survival that you know what's going on, go on a news diet. So you put on the mainstream news and check the headlines for 5 minutes. For the longest time, I said, don't even check the headlines. If the world's coming to the end, somebody will tell me, or I'm going to figure it out. There'll be a knock on my door and they'll say evacuate. There'll be something.
There'll be zombies in the backyard, something.
Right. Yeah, I'll see them. It's like, who is that stiff walking Frankenstein back there? But I do know that we're living in confusing times, and it's hard to make sense of what's going on. So because it's hard, and I'm not going to unravel it, I don't have the skills, I don't have the time, I don't have the resources, and I don't know anybody who's actually unraveling it at this point. I would say I go on a news diet, because the far more important thing is what you also pointed out. You can help people when you are clear and happy. When you're not clear and happy, you're muddied. And when you're trying to help other people, they're going to feel the mud. They're not going to feel the light. They're not going to feel the sparkle, to use what you talked about earlier. So I don't want to pay attention or be locked into all of that. I'm on a news diet. I check the Google headlines first thing in the morning. I get a sense of it. Usually it doesn't feel very good, even just checking the news headlines. And then I even can scrutinize it and go, these headlines, do any one of them actually affect me personally?
No.
Almost never.
Yeah.
So news headline, diet, focusing on what you love. And the big one is help other people.
Yes.
Always. Yes. What
awesome.
A wonderful time with you today, Joe.
Is it over? Do we have to leave?
Well, is
the king coming to take me off stage?
I'm just curious if Corey can tell us if Amy is backstage yet. I haven't seen an indicator of that yet. So, just so powerful, Joe. Like, what an honor to speak with you.
It's a great joy to talk to you both. I love your energy. I love your questions. I love your sweetness, both of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been reading you the whole time. I read eyes, as I was telling Scott yesterday, and I've been watching you kind of get involved and play along, and I'm very playful, and I love that you came and did play with us.
Yes, well, I love to play. I love to be inspired, and love to let go, and love to let the sparkle, the twinkle, the child out.
That's
exactly.
Awesome.
I just picture my inner 6-year-old just beside me, and we're hanging out.
Right.
Exactly.
Dr. Hulan, who taught me Oponopono, said the most important relationship you have is the relationship you have with your inner child. So if your little child right now is sitting beside you and you guys are both playing and ribbing each other and giggling and laughing and so forth, kind of behind the scenes, then I think that is healthy and inspiring and wonderful.
When I was doing one of my clearings for my inner 6-year-old about abandonment or something when she was young, she imagined taking her highest self out of her physical body and sticking her on the tree branch so that they could eat chocolate and strawberries and talk. And I was like, wait. I can take my highest self out of me and have a conversation with her? And she was like, yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
We live in the world of enormous possibilities, so why not have that happen too?
Exactly. And I get to eat strawberries and chocolate.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Well, Amy is backstage. It's hard to say, but we do need to part company. Dr. Joe, thank you so much.
Loved it. It was a great time. Thank you both. Godspeed to everybody watching.
Absolutely. Take care, sir.
Be happy.
Whew.
I know. And the energy of the day just keeps doing this.
Yes. Well, really excited. We got Amy coming up now. So this is going to be exciting. Here she comes. And there we are. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Great.
Good. Oh.
Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you just fine. Awesome. So I'm sure you've been briefed, but my name is Scott McDermott and this is Laura Lake, and we're happy to be co-hosting the event today. So please, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I have a doctorate in physical therapy, but what I do is I help people calm down their fight or flight nervous system to alleviate pain, stress, anxiety, helps people perform. It helps people with sleep issues, get off pain medications, different things like that. So, and I also do crazy endurance races and photography. So yes.
I was like, wait, this is opposite on this screen.
You're like my sister from another mother.
Yay!
I read that and I automatically thought of you, Scott.
I know. I was reading your stuff. I was like, oh, we're going to talk. We're going to talk. I actually have my Ultraman shirt on today just because. So I am like you. Crazy, I think, is the popular term.
Exactly.
So many good questions. So yeah, where to start? So you say you like to do endurance events. Selfishly, I'm going to ask that. What's your favorite joy in that?
So I like 50-miler trail runs. Those are probably my favorite. I've done an Ironman. I've done 100-mile ultras, 50, 100Ks, several 40-some marathons, but I think 50-milers are my favorite because I like to sleep and I know how important sleep is for our health. So I can finish 50 miles in the daylight hours, still have time to wind down and get some sleep. So that's, yeah.
I'm actually coaching a couple of athletes right now for 100-miler, and it's
fun
to try and prepare them to say, you're going to be 20-ish hours of hiking, running, climbing, scrambling, trail run, right? It's a thing. So it's exciting. It's fun, but it's a lot.
It is. And I tell people it's your whole life journey within 24 hours, or if you take a little bit longer, 30 hours, whatever it is. But you seriously go through all the phases of life. You love life, you hate life, you're sick, you're healthy, you have an emotional breakdown, you might throw up, you hate yourself, you hate everyone around you. I mean, like, it is everything. And then you get to the end and you're crying and it's beautiful.
I need a t-shirt.
Yeah. Now I want to do one. I love hiking and in the trails. And the last time my husband and I went for a 30-kilometer hike, we ran part of it. So you're like trying to not trip over everything.
Yeah.
You can do it easily.
That's really exciting. I'm so excited to speak with you. And I know you probably got lots of stuff to share. I'm really curious, though. I want to really touch into something that you mentioned, even just your intro. And of course, I spied and learned it. But I know for myself. So when I was at the Ultraman World Championships in 2015, I was going down a mountainside in the rain, and I was going just under 70 kilometers an hour, about 45 miles an hour. And apparently there was algae on the bridge deck, and I cartwheeled till I stopped, and I broke all the things and busted my brain open, and it was a mess. And it took about 3 years to discover a man in Germany named Inge Jorg Clausen who did something called vegetative training. And it's about wakening up vagus nerve and the parasympathetic response system and stop being in sympathetic. And I think that's exactly what you do. Can you tell us about what that means to switch from sympathetic to parasympathetic?
Absolutely. So the autonomic nervous system is what we're talking about. So we have the system that runs like our blood pressure, heart rate. It controls a lot of various parts of our body, digestion, all those things. And there's 3 components to it. Your enteric nervous system, which is more focused on your digestion and how well that works. Then you have parasympathetic, which is also partly digestion, but sleep, rest, relaxation, repose. And then you have the sympathetic, fight or flight, or freeze, or fawn, which is people pleasing. So there's kind of 4 categories for the sympathetic and same for the parasympathetic. And our bodies are kind of this up and down all throughout the day. Ideally, we'd like to be in parasympathetic relaxation, kind of that lower level. And then as needed, you jump up to be in a higher state. Because if you think about it, think about like big animals, lions, tigers, a lot of these big animals, they rest, they sleep, they repose, they know how to turn off. And then when they need to act, they go sprint and they can do it. Think about dogs, cats, same thing. Even kids, they rest and then they go at sprint, then they rest, they go at sprint. And at some point, we start to lose that. As adults, we're taught beyond, 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 beyond all the time. And that starts to create a lot of different changes in our body. We hear about cortisol levels, adrenaline, those types of chemical or hormonal changes, but there's also physiological changes in our body, how we hold ourselves, the way our muscles work, and all of that. And so you want to get as much of your body lined up that everything is working together to bring you down.
That's huge.
The first thing.
Go ahead.
The first thing I thought of was something called rest-based training. Have you heard of rest-based training?
I haven't. No. Can you?
Oh, Scott and I'm going to have so much fun talking to you afterwards. I followed a company called Metabolic Effect years ago, and that was the first time I had ever heard of rest-based training. But it's exactly what you were saying, in the way cats do, where you work out in an anaerobic state until you can't do what you were doing at least 80 to 90% or 100% of your effort, and then you rest until you can put in that same effort again in an anaerobic state. And then it's that anaerobic state that is helping you burn that fat instead of just weight, right?
That makes sense. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And
go ahead.
Do they teach you how to calm down into that resting state too? Do they go through that? So that's the key.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
I know.
That's the big thing about life these days. It seems to be fight or flight all the time.
Yes.
Production. Go. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Got to get it done. I'll coffee me up. Let's go. Come on, Mondays. Like it's go, 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 go. And the human body's a stimulus response device. It needs time to respond. You got to stop stimulating for a second so that it can respond. If all you do is stimulate, it's catastrophic. And so please tell us a bit about the process. What does it look like?
Absolutely. I'm going to give you a little bit more background too. What I use is I look at how you hold your body position. So your rib cage specifically, because that impacts your fight or flight nervous system, and it also impacts your breathing mechanism. So I want to give an example. Like, let's say you pick up a pail of water. You know your bicep muscle is working. You can put the pail of water down, the bicep muscle turns off. That's voluntary. Now, let's say I'm sitting here talking to you and all of a sudden I hear a gunshot and I jump. Everything in my body tensed up. I hear this loud noise. I have fear. Now all of a sudden there's an emotion that's driving muscles in my body to contract. That's resulting from your fight or flight nervous system. So that's called sympathetic tone. If I don't recognize it and calm myself down, that sympathetic tone is going to stay that way all the time. This happens to us all the time. You get a stressor, you get contracted. Stressor contracts. Now, if I was holding that bucket of water at the same time that loud noise went off, my bicep muscle would tense up even more than what I had voluntarily done by just holding the bucket. If I put the bucket down, my bicep muscle is still going to have some tension in it, same with the rest of my body. If I look outside and I see that, oh, it was a car backfiring, it wasn't really a gunshot, and I'm safe, I can clear myself mentally, emotionally, and intellectually. But if I don't pause and take a break and say, okay, how do I clear my physical body? My body's still going to behave as if that loud noise scared me. And that's often what happens is our physical body takes layer after layer after layer of all the stressors in our life, work, finances, relationship, kids, money, whatever it is. And if we don't pause throughout our day, or at least at the end of the day, and release all of that, then our body starts to shift. And that's how a lot of times when people have chronic pain, they wake up one day and all of a sudden they have pain. And so I'll ask them, what happened right before that night that you had pain? And someone will say, oh, I had a stressful thing happen at work, or I moved or something. And it's like, okay, that stressful thing put you over that sympathetic fight or flight threshold. Your body's tightened up just enough. And so now it doesn't know how to get out of it. So a lot of it has to do with how you position yourself, specifically your rib cage. Because if your rib cage is in a position that your fight or flight nervous system is stimulated, now you're going to be ramped up, and everything that happens around you is going to be perceived at a greater danger or alert status. And that just continues to go up and up and up. And then it also affects your breathing. So I go against a lot of what people say out there, and I'm prefacing it because it's very counterintuitive. The Superman posture we're taught, chest out, shoulders back, suck up your gut, puts us into fight or flight mode. Because what happens is when you lift up the rib cage in front, you contract the back muscles along your spine that crushes the fight or flight nervous system along your spine. So you're going to tense up, you're going to lock up, and all of a sudden you're not flexible. All of a sudden your body is on edge, ready to fight, flee, or freeze, or fawn. And so that's why the first thing we have to do is reposition your rib cage and your body. And so then we change after that how you breathe so that the two pair together. And that's where the magic happens, because then you can feel your body let go, and you can match it with meditation, energy healing. If you're seeing a therapist or psychologist, you can get the mental help on that aspect while we pair you with the physical help and help release emotions from your body.
I love you so much, because you're just confirming everything that I developed. I developed a vagus nerve stimulation specifically to help my clients heal their trauma without actually having to relive their trauma.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yes.
That's wonderful, because it's so needed.
Oh yeah, but it works with the vagus nerve, just as you were saying. And now you're talking about the rib cage. And I'm like, how does the rib cage play? But then when you gave us that visual of the Superman pose, chest all puffed out, I realized, yes, I'm squishing the vagus nerve in the back. And that's where all of my other nerves are. And you had mentioned pain earlier. I had chronic pain from my accident. And most of that, like as the physical pain became less and less, my emotional response to the pain was becoming more and more. And I was in such stress at that point that 90% of my pain was actually emotional. So when I learned meditation and the Oponopono we were just talking about, I learned how to take that back and heal the chronic pain. It's like, yes, this stuff works. It really does. So
and it's simple. And so I'm quite curious. When I worked with Inge Clausen in Germany, I flew all the way to Germany for this, and people, like, I came back and my wife remarked, she says, your eyes are different. They're clearer. Like everything about you is there's a relaxation I haven't seen in you in so long. Cause I was an entrepreneur. I ran a business, I had 27 staff, and I'm training for Ultraman, and I'm training 25 hours a week. And it's just yang energy all the time. Go, 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 go. There's no yin energy anywhere. And just go, go, go. And then I crashed and shattered my shoulder, busted 5 ribs, which, you know, there's all kinds of scar tissue, broke my skull open, busted up my knee, all this stuff. And I was just trying to get back to fighting again, sort of thing, back to racing. And I went to spend time with Inge, and people said, well, what did you do? And I was like, well, it's kind of hard to explain. It sounds silly, but I laid on a massage table and breathed for an hour once or twice a day. Like, but it's breathing. I can't even, like, breathe in more than you think possible, then breathe in a little more, and then out more than you think possible, and then out more, and things like that. And I've since found out about TRE, trauma release, which is sort of a North American kind of version, I think, of vegetative training. And I'm wondering, where is yours similar to those modalities? Like, can you tell us a little bit about what it looks like to work with you?
Yeah. So from what you described with the breathing part that you were describing, it's different from what you do. So basically, we start working on your body position. So we have to look at, how do you sit? How do you stand? How do you reach? How do you squat? How do you bend over? How do you lift things? How do you lift up your legs? So we're looking at all these different things to see how back dominant you are. Because if your back muscles are constantly compressing on the sympathetic nervous system, it's going to be hard for you to access the vagus nerve. So we want to shift you out of that. So working on the breathing is going to be different. It's going to feel a little bit counterintuitive. So I usually teach people, when they breathe in, You want to breathe in the nose, direct the air horizontally to the throat, not to the chest, not to the belly. I don't want to do belly breathing because that's not diaphragmatic breathing. That's abdominal distension. And we don't want to just distend the abdomen. You don't want to lose stability by just pushing the belly out. So we want to breathe in, and I say go into your throat, and then it disseminates into all of your lungs, which go from, the top of your trunk all the way to, kind of below your ribs. And so we want all of the lungs to expand three-dimensionally. I don't want your chest to expand. I don't want abdominal distension. We want the lungs to feel three-dimensional. And so then after you breathe in and you direct the air to your throat, you pause, then you blow out. And as you blow out, your chest drops in, your belly spills out. And we want the belly to spill out as you are blowing out. So that way your ribs, the front lower ribs, are dropping down to support your diaphragm and to allow your diaphragm to reshape. And so we do that. So that way then you hold your breath for 3 seconds. And after that 3 seconds, we breathe in again. And so what we're doing is trying to get you away from over inflating yourself, which a lot of people are overinflated. And we want to get the dead air out of you and get fresh air in. And so that's just the very snippet basis of what we do. And then from there, we start to improve we start teaching you how to use your arms while doing that breathing. Start to use your legs and do that breathing. Then start to get more functional, how to walk, how do you run and do this, how to lift something and do it. How to get your hips to shift again so you're not locked up. Especially most people don't realize how much their hips are locked up, and even their shoulder blades are locked up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Laura, the biggest problem with the Blue Talk Amplify Your Event series is that I now need to buy 12 more books and hire 4 more coaches, 6 more coaches, and do 12 more programs, and
then have 10-hour conversations with each one of these people just to learn.
Yes.
I'm loving this.
How do people work with you? Is it is it all in person? Is it Zoom? Is there cassettes? I'm too old. CDs, DVDs. Do even people do that? Is it MP3 files? How do we work with you, Amy?
Yeah. Basically, it's through Zoom. So I work with people all over the world, and we do this through Zoom. And if they're okay with it, we'll record it. And then when we record it, they get a recording of what we do, so they can practice it over and over until the next session. And that then allows them to go through it, see what their body retains, and then from there we can get it to where we progress you on. So typically it's that way. Occasionally I travel around and I present and speak. And so wherever I'm at, I usually see people in person as well. So that's always an option, or people will fly to wherever I'm at.
Do you do retreats or anything?
I haven't started that yet. I'll do workshops, but I haven't done a full-on retreat. I'm looking at starting that sometime soon, but haven't set it up yet. It's been mostly one-on-one intensives where people will come for a 2-day thing where we do several hours each day. But I haven't turned it into a full-on retreat where I have all the bells and whistles and all that stuff yet.
Where are you located in the world?
Right now I'm in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, okay. I was like, I know so many people wanting to create retreats, and usually they're wellness retreats or there's some sort of spiritual or healing aspect to it. So I'm just like, who do I know in these different areas that I can connect with to these planners? I really want to know what got you into this kind of work.
Sure. So I started off with my doctorate in physical therapy. I was a physical therapist for a while, and then I started taking work through the Postural Restoration Institute and looking at different asymmetries in the body and then how that impacts movement. And at the same time, I was training to qualify for the Boston Marathon, and I was running 8 miles 3 times a week on the treadmill. So I decided I'm going to start playing with the way I breathe. I want to position my rib cage differently. And I realized once I matched the two up to calm me down, all of a sudden my aches and pains went away. I'd get off the treadmill and it didn't even feel like I ran 8 miles. I didn't stretch. I didn't foam roll. I stopped scraping. All the things I used to teach people, stop. I was like, no. And so then I was like, okay, well, what just happened? And then I could start running marathons pain-free. And my speed just went through the roof. I mean, I blew through the qualifying times. And so I was like, okay, so obviously I did something where I calmed myself down enough that allowed my body to work at a high level, that allowed me to run at a fast pace and do, sub 3, it was a 3:19 marathon, 3:26 marathon. I could do it with very little training. And so then I started implementing it on other people and trying it out and saying, okay, can you try this? Can you try this? And people were getting faster, healing faster than any other times. And then I started seeing people for trauma and anxiety, and it just kind of has ballooned up and over the past several years.
Have you ever seen that that image on the internet where it's the cartoon character, and I don't, but it's like, shut up and take my money. I feel like that
right from Futurama.
Yeah, like I feel like that guy right now.
One.
Shut up and take, like, how do I hire you? How can you? Because I coach running and I coach endurance athletes, and I do work on some of these things, but I feel like I'm a kindergarten guy teaching and you're an MIT professor, and I'm like, okay, how do I sit at the feet of greatness and learn from you, or even personally, just personally, but also so I can share? How do we work with you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can go to my website, so PABRinstitute.com, PABRinstitute.com.
Yep.
You can sign up for appointments there, or you can shoot me an email. Clients I work with them, they'll send me an email. We set up a free 15-minute consult so I can explain a little bit more and make sure that it's the correct fit. It's almost like a mini interview to make sure that they're ready to change, ready to transform, and ready to let go so that they can transform. And so if you want to do that, you can send me an email, amy@pabrinstitute.com.
Sweet.
Scott is not ready at all.
Me, no. I have no interest. I'm just I'm phoning it in. I'm like, can I call you now? So fantastic. And do you ever work with coaches like myself to teach coaches how to teach? Are you at that place yet?
So I have done that, yes. And I don't have a specific program yet for that. I am working on an online course, but that will be for the masses before I do one specifically for coaches. Right. I'm doing, I do talks for personal trainers to help them, especially because a lot that's taught in the personal training world leads to some of the aches and pains that their clients have. And I have yet to find a personal trainer who actually is pain-free. And that saddens me. So many people in the health and fitness world, beautiful humans, beautiful physique, beautiful, people inside and out. They have the mind, they have this body, but they are in pain. Yeah. And so much of what they are doing is keeping them in that pain because they're putting their body in the physical position that contributes to impingement of tissues. And I try to change that. So it takes time to train someone like you, Scott, to shift, because first we got to teach you how to feel the stuff. Before you can teach someone else, you have to understand the experience and you have to know what I'm talking about. When I say, can you blow out and your breastbone melts in like it's releasing everything in you? I need you to feel that before you can teach someone else that, because I guarantee everyone else you teach, they're going to have tons of problems. There's going to be tons of mistakes. And when you can feel it, you can come up with 5 ways to explain how to get someone else to feel it. And that's hard if you can't feel it yourself first.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you that earlier when you were talking about breathing laterally through the nose and to throat, Laura and I were both doing it.
Oh, yeah.
We were both like,
it's like, wait a second.
I can feel it. I can feel it.
Yeah.
When you said horizontally, I was like, how do you breathe horizontally?
I know, but if you think about it, we're all taught to breathe up, and we go and we sniff and we breathe up. As soon as you breathe up, you lift your rib cage up. So now all of a sudden you're going to hinge off your back. But if you start to breathe and you think if you breathe in horizontally to the back of your throat, it changes your reliance so you don't lift your ribs to breathe, and it helps you access the diaphragm to breathe, which you guys know is going to stimulate the vagus nerve, calm you down, and all the great health benefits.
When you said horizontally, I'm picturing this way instead of this way. So I'm like, do I open my nose? But no, the whole back to front. Okay, I get it now.
What I loved about that moment is because when you said that, I was thinking of anatomy. I'm like, there's no tubes doing this, but I could feel exactly what you meant.
Yes.
Like I could feel that. I mean, when I'm working with a client, I tell them to retract their shoulder blades like they're pinching a cookie. There's no cookie, but
yeah, there exactly. The more metaphors and imagery you can give, even if it's not exactly what's happening, but it gets the result you want, awesome.
Yeah, 100%.
Now I'm picturing like itty bitty hands on your shoulder blades in the back, and you're trying to clap them together. I was saying yesterday that I visualize movies in my head when people talk. So if I can't create a movie, then I don't understand what's going on. So I picture things all the time, and that's just where my brain went. So sorry, not sorry.
All good.
That's amazing. So what are some of the biggest and most profound things you've seen as a result of this kind of training?
I can give you a couple different examples, and it kind of reaches many different segments of the population. So one lady, she's psychologist. She's now retired. She's also a psychiatric nurse. She is bone on bone, scheduled for a knee replacement back in 2016. And she had heard about me, and I was talking about breathing and blowing into balloons and stuff. And so I was doing a volunteer trip, and that's where I met her. So she came to see me a couple months later, and we went through this process, and she didn't really believe that anything was going to happen. And the next time I saw her, she said, I didn't have any pain. And this is the first time. And she had been doing daily anti-inflammatories. She'd been doing hyaluronics and or cortisone shots 3 times a year for years. She's in her 70s. She traveled around the world doing wildlife photography. And she's like, I don't really believe that it worked. I said, that's okay. I expect you to feel a change immediately. It may not get rid of everything, but I do expect you to feel a change. And so we did another session. She went away, still no pain. She came back next week, no pain. And she canceled her surgery. And she hasn't had this since 2016, hasn't had an anti-inflammatory or an injection since then. And she was declared bone on bone arthritic. She's traveled all over the world, to Antarctica, to Arctic, Norway, Svalbard, climbing in and out of zodiacs, climbing hills. She's in her late 70s now. So that's one situation. So now let's say like another, like younger people. I've worked with a naturopath who also heard about me from somewhere else, and he had an injury, sports injury, turn into ACL, MCL, and a tibial plateau fracture. And he came to me and brought his father-in-law to get help and see what it was like. And after I worked with the father-in-law, I said, jump on the table, come on, let's do some stuff. And so I worked with him, and he had come in, limping, brace, all that stuff, and couldn't get his knee flat, knee straight. So by the time we were done, he had his knee straight, which he couldn't believe. And then when he sat up, he could bend it past 90 degrees, which he couldn't believe. He walked out of there with a slight limp, no brace. Within 5 sessions, he was walking normally. After a couple more sessions, he was back to playing tennis. And his whole goal was not to have surgery for his ACL. I've worked with NFL players who had had an ACL also previous year, was doing 4 to 5 hours of physical therapy every day for a month. And he was a year out and could not get his legs straight. Worked with him for 2 hours. He walked out normally after that, and he was in shock. Also, parents with kids with ADHD, this works with that too. Is change. First, I have to work with the parents to fix the parents, get them to calm down, and then then we look at the child and look at all the habits and behaviors and movement patterns that the kid is doing, to teach the parents how to spot that, to get the kid to calm down, and then the two work together to calm them down. So, I mean, this works for so many situations and all that. Yeah. I mean, I could tell you story after story.
I'm going to be fully selfish again. I'm going to talk about me. I have a 9-year-old, almost 10, who has ADHD, autism, and Tedx. And we have in our living room, beside our dining room, we have a little mini trampoline, because he sits on a ball at the dining room table. We have supper together, lunch together, whenever we can as a family, almost all the time. But for him, sitting still is just not a thing. And so he'll have a few bites of food while he bounces on his rubber ball chair, and then he'll have a few bites of food while he's talking about everything that's going on in his mind, which is amazing and beautiful, but 1,000 miles an hour. Then he'll go over and he'll go boing, 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 boing on the trampoline. They'll come over and he'll sit back at the table and, okay, have some more food, and he'll have another couple bites. And I think to the outside observer, they'll be like, your life is insane. And to us, it's just like, well, this is how he copes with that. But I'd be really curious to know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I'd love to see his movement patterns. So I'll give you an example. It is a dentist and his wife who have a 7-year-old boy who, similar to your son, could never eat out because the kid would run around in the restaurant. They couldn't do anything. And so I worked with this boy in person because I wanted to see, it was kind of my first, this was a few years ago, and my first delve into ADHD world. And they're like, I had worked with the father, the dentist, and he's like, you got to try this on my son. I beg you, try this on my son. So I said, okay, let's try it. And we did this session. The kid totally resisted everything, but eventually you could see him change. He just started calming down more and more and more. And by the end, he had been walking and running around on his tiptoes. By the end, he walked heel toe. His feet hit the ground. Everything slowed down. We went out to eat and he fell asleep on his mom's lap. And they were just like, what did you do to our son? And they're like, we got to do this all the time. Because they had never been able to do anything like that. And the boy just sat there and he just kind of like chilled. And then he's like, I'm going to lay down. It was out. So I would look at your boy, look at his rib cage, look at how he moves. Does he walk on his toes? Does he sit on the edge of his chair? How much does he arch his back? How much does he throw his chest up? Watch his movement patterns. So many kids with ADHD, they are built to throw themselves. They fling, they sit there, they play video games, they're on their belly, arched up. All of that, they're contracting the muscles in their back to keep them in that heightened state because that's all they know how to do. To them, it's scary to calm down because their body says they have to be ramped up. Their body does not match their mind or their nervous system. And so it's something you have to work on subtly. But taking him and seeing if he'll sit with you curled up in a ball and cuddling. You might not be able to do that right away because it could be too much. There's different things that we would do to teach you to help him calm down, have your hands in different places and get him to breathe differently. But also to feel his body let go and to be safe in that. So there's process to it.
Wow. So Laura, for the next guest, if I'm not here, I'm already talking to Amy. Just it's amazing. So to work with you, is it, I mean, I'm speaking of value. Is it $10,000 a second? How long? I don't know. That's value, but what's
just say yes.
Yes, I charge now 20,000. Thank you. No, I usually like to do where it's like a 6-visit initial. So the initial, it's like a 90-minute session, and then the 5 follow-up visits are an hour each. And I like to do it in that type of a package to get going because I want to give you enough. If you do one session, it's not going to be enough. There's too much to learn, and I can't overload your body that much. So we do it in that type of fashion, and it's less than $2,000 for those 6 visits. It's all recorded. If you want, you get that. And so it allows you to get a lot of information. You can practice it. I'm available. All of my clients know that I will respond. If they text me at night or on the weekend, I do respond because the most important thing to me is that you get this. It's not how many people I can get. It's can you get it? And I will work my hardest to make sure that we can get this into your body or find a strategy to get you to understand this and feel it.
And this is Zoom. This is virtual. You can do this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
It's almost better to do it through Zoom. When I work with people in person, they let go and they let me do stuff to them, but they don't retain.
Right.
Because they say, okay, just do it to me. They lay there and I can get them calm, but they're so much enjoying how they feel that they're not retaining what they learn. But when I do it through Zoom, I force you to get it, and I'm changing your position constantly and getting feedback, and then you own it, and no one can take that away from you. So that's why, especially people with fibromyalgia or severe chronic pain, I'm like, you do not want anyone touching you. You have to learn that you have control over this, and you have to change yourself. But I'm here to guide you. So.
That leads that leads into my question is, what is the big message that you have around this work that you do?
So my biggest message is, well, I'll go the fun way first, is ribs down, belly out. I tell people, get your ribs down, get your belly out. So that's my fun message. But my other message is, you truly have control over your healing. You may not understand how to do it, so find your guide. Find your guide to heal yourself. Just trust that there are answers out there. You just haven't met the right person yet, but you can calm your nervous system down and gain some control over it.
Well, and I would have to say that in the environment we found ourselves in the last couple of years with all the craziness, people are marinating in stress, and they're in survival mode, and they're in fear, and they can't sleep. And I would imagine that this is just why your work is even more important than ever before.
It is. And I understand that everyone has their own path. There is so much anxiety in people that they don't know where to turn to. And there are multiple layers that lead to that anxiety. What are you doing for your health, nutrition? Are you sleeping enough? Are you exercising enough? Are you getting sunshine early in the morning to reset your circadian rhythm? Are you watching what you watch or view, because that inputs into you? So there's tons of strategies that a person can go through, but often what's overmissed is, what is the state of your body, your physical body? What are you doing with that? And is it matching all that energy work, clearing your chakras? Is it matching what you're doing with your psychologist or psychologist? We have to look at all those pieces of the puzzle and say, is everything in coherence? If it's not, okay, we need to work on the thing that's kind of out of whack.
Wow. This is great.
Half of me is just like taking all the information. The other half of me is like, oh, the things I need to talk to you about behind the scenes. How are you the type of person who likes to collaborate? And if so, what kinds of collaborations are you looking for? Because this whole thing is about amplifying your message, and we want to amplify your message and have you tell others and teach others how to amplify theirs. So are there collaborations that would be crazy cool?
Absolutely. I'm always open to suggestions. Like right now I'm in a couple different masterminds and I present for them. I'll help members. I've been on different stages where I'm a speaker or on a panel. I am always looking for opportunities just because I know how important this information is. A lot of people will reach out to me for just even free content. I'm okay with that, whatever it is your journey. But if you know people who are putting on a retreat and they need me to come in to speak and to help the attendees of the retreat, I'm game for that as well, on podcast as well. Always looking for all different types of opportunities, because a lot of people don't know about this, and the only way that you get it is through awareness. So whatever I can do to help people.
That's amazing. And that can be virtual or in person.
Absolutely. Either way.
Yeah. Cause I coach about 40 to 50 people a month on nutrition, right? I have a 21-day nutrition reset. So we get back to real food, away from the junk, all the macros. I'm a fan of all the things. I'm not into pendulum diets. I'm into all the balance, but getting away from the schmutz. And it's fantastic. And I can help people so much, but there's always those people that are just, it's better, but I don't have the tools for and you're the tool. I'm like, you're the part I'm missing. That's what I need, either to learn it or to bring you in. So I'm super excited about that personally. Again, just me, but I'm hoping the people watching are getting this too.
Yeah, I'd love to chat with both of you guys off air. Definitely individually would be great.
Yeah, I'm already thinking of one group that you collaborating with them would be wonderful. I was doing some marketing training for them a couple weeks ago, and I gave them just a few ideas, and we went into depth with one of them. And it was talking a lot about Zoom calls and customer appreciation and how to really bring their customers back and to add value to them. They're already spending money with you. Appreciate them. So
Yeah.
I'm like,
Absolutely.
yeah, the way that you talk and the work that you do really aligns with their company. And because you do two different things, that partnership would really elevate both of you. So if you're up for that, I would love to connect you behind the scenes.
Please, yes, absolutely.
What is your favorite thing to do? Do you like podcasts more? Do you like speaking on a stage more? What's your go-to?
I kind of like both. I've had experience on both. I think I like speaking on stages in terms of you have this sounds bad. You have fun with playing with the energy in the audience.
Yes.
So you get on stage and you can ramp them up if you want. And then you can watch, and I'll take them through a little breathing and then calm everyone down so you can hear the pin drop. And everyone's just really calm. And then you kind of come out of it and everyone's just like, wow, what I just experienced. So that part's fun. Podcasts are great too because it's a conversation. I love meeting people and talking to people. So that part's nice. You can be a little bit more intimate instead of on a stage where it's more just me talking. But podcast is a little bit more interactive in that sense.
One of my favorite things to do with an audience is to I could hear myself, is to watch their jaw drop, and then instead of filling the silence, you just leave the silence. Like that probably 2 or less seconds feels like an eternity, but I'm up there going, yes, more silence.
People about the mic drop, you're about the jaw drop.
I do. I love the jaw drop. I was doing this one talk, and it was about constructive vulnerability. So, telling your story online and that kind of stuff. And I remember yelling playfully at the audience, "It's not about you." And then I let the silence, and you just watch the realization on their face going, it's not. Yeah. My story isn't actually about me. Huh? And it's like, yes, I got them. It's the same thing when you take your breathing techniques and you bring them down.
So final few seconds, Amy, anything last you want to share? Anything you want to say?
Sure. When you go through your day, watch how much you hold your gut. You suck your gut or hold your breath. Watch that. So often we do that, and it further tenses us up and creates more issues that leads to difficulty going to sleep, calming down, getting rid of that racing mind. So just start paying attention. The more you're aware of kind of the state of your body, then you can start to take the steps to finding someone like me or you guys that will help you shift out of your current state, out of whatever agony you're in. So it's usually what I like to end with.
Isn't that so?
With rib pain?
Well, it's so fascinating with society, right? Like, what are we taught? Suck in your gut, got to have a flat tummy and shoulders back, Superman pose. Like, we're taught the opposite of how a human body wants to breathe. Right? Yeah.
The thing too, if you look at little kids, their ribs are down, their belly's out.
Yeah.
They're roly-poly. If we can get our bodies back to that and breathing, and it feels much easier, it's a game changer for everyone.
And how does that work with things like kyphosis and hyperlordosis? Like you end up with a kyphotic neck, and like, I mean, this is a little too much.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right?
Yes. And that's a good clarification. So what I'm teaching is not to get you hunched over like that, but to get your rib cage to drop down into neutral so that your body is up and down. It looks like you're still in a straight line. You're not hyperextended and you're not slumped forward, but you're in the middle. But you should be able to go in both extremes. You should be able to extend back if you want to so that you can kick in your fight or flight nervous system, but you should also be able to curl into that fetal position to get your body to turn off, and then you end back up in neutral. So many people, especially those in the public speaking world, performance, athletes, we're often taught chest out, shoulders back, and you lock yourself up. So, and then what happens is you start to store emotions in different areas, like your breastbone, underneath your breastbone in the xiphoid area, your armpits, the front of your hips. And then if you say, go ahead and try to bend, they can't, they're locked up. And traumas get stored in those areas, and you just protect yourself, and it becomes such a problem. Yeah.
That's what I'm doing right now. I've had some major sternum pain, and most of it is healed, but I can't lean over without the pain coming back. Like even doing this, I feel it.
You're locked up. Your rib cage is too high, and you're locked up, and your body does not know how to allow it to let go. It's not that you've done something bad to yourself. It's just your body has set certain habits, and it just doesn't know how to alter those. And so there, we could go through that to get that to release.
Definitely going to be messaging you probably like 50 times in the next couple of days. Well, this
Corey is telling us his next guest isn't here, which is kind of neat. So we're not in the rush to leave, which is exciting because there's still more things to say. So
bring Corey up. He can
we
come
could
too.
bring Corey up. Corey can jump in and add some flavor to the conversation. Do you find, and is it Dr. Amy or Amy? I feel like I want to make sure I'm being polite.
I usually tell people, so I'm Dr. Amy Novotny, but call me Amy. Just okay, I have the doctorate, all that stuff, but I'm fine with Amy. I'm good with that. So.
Okay, cool. I didn't want to be rude. So Amy, is it somebody like Laura, and in my case too, who smashed ribs and things, and that heals, and then there's scar tissue, and your body's holding yourself a certain way, which is now not helping long term. I mean, when I was working with Inga in Germany, one of the things he did, he was physically moving my ribs and opening them and pulling on them and letting the scar tissue, and it hurt like a SOB, but later I could breathe again, and I just wasn't aware that was still caused, like years later, those broken ribs they had healed, fixed, and closed.
Yeah, so part of it is scar tissue, but part of it is when you had your injury, you had a sympathetic response. You went into a guarded, protected state because you had so many different fractures and injuries resulting from that accident. So a lot of times your physical body heals, like the ligaments, the bones, the tendons, they heal. But the problem is the fight or flight nervous system has forgotten on how to release the muscles so that you have the mobility back in your joints and your bones. Hi, Corey.
Hello, how's it going, Amy? I will let you guys know our next guest is backstage. I can backstage, so I'll let you guys wrap up, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
Sweet. We have been having a blast. Dr. Amy, I really want to say thank you. Thank you. I cannot wait to work with you personally as well as with other people. My brain has got spirals. I know Laura does too. I cannot wait to work with you more. I think what you do is just the biggest gift.
Thank you both. I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, Corey, for inviting me on. It really was a pleasure, and I'm here to help.
I see so many collaborations in your future, even with just the two of us. Thank you, Amy.
Fantastic. Thanks, Amy. Have a wonderful day.
Amazing. Love that interview. Amazing stuff. Great energy. You guys are amazing, as everybody is. Yeah, as everybody is confirmed. And so what I'm going to do, and I'll let viewers know, I'm going to bring our next guest on. I'm going to be interviewing her for another project I'm working on, but I wanted to bring her on today to introduce her here as well. So I'm going to let Scott and Laura take a break and probably be behind scenes, maybe chatting, answering questions, all that kind of good stuff. And then I'm going to bring our next guest on, and we'll jump right in to make some magic happen. So awesome. Thanks, Scott and Laura. And I'll probably be messaging you in the next little bit as well. But if you guys want, are you guys going to be around if you want to come on at the very end just to kind of do a wrap up as well? Or is that
totally?
Okay, I'll send you guys a message just before we're wrapping up. So don't worry about it right now. You can run off and do whatever suits you best for now.
Perfect. Thanks.
Awesome. You guys have been crushing it. Thank you. All right. So here we go. Hello, Mickie. How are you doing today?
So good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I was crossing my fingers that you got the message because I realized I sent you a separate email and then I didn't follow up. And I know these things can sometimes land in our spam folder. So
Well, it's very dangerous in my email folder. I can tell you that because I'm terrible about them. It's better for texting and stuff. But I did, because the way you set this up, you have to create the appointment. So it automatically added to my calendar. But I had to go back in and find the link because I was like, oh, the link is not in the calendar. So that was kind of where I was at. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, that's good to know because I'll have to make sure we figure out a way to include the link next time. So
Right.
thank you, my friend, because I know that's it's keeping up all this technology is not so fun.
Yeah.
So I'm super stoked to have you here today. And Mickie, as I mentioned, I'm going to ask you a question for a project that I'm working on. But before I go there, I wanted to take a little bit of time to get our guests to know you and your work. And I'm a big fan, and I'll probably lean between the wrestling world and the music world and stuff like that, because I was that guy that my grandfathers had me in front of the TV watching wrestling when I was 8 years old. And so I've always had one foot, I feel like, in watching the wrestling business and keeping up with the wrestling business. And I've been a fan of you since the Trish feud that you guys had when it all started, and you jumped in the ring as, I believe, soccer, or her super fan. And so first of all, can you tell us a little bit about your background, Mickie? Because for those that are just joining us now or just discovering you for the first time, I'd love for them to have a little bit of context, and then we can, of course, dive in much deeper.
Oh God, I mean, there's so much for context. But I mean, I grew up in a small town in Virginia, Montpelier, Virginia. I competed and trained horses pretty much my whole young childhood life, from the age of 4 up until about 16 or so. We competed, and my grandmother, we had the horse farm, and she bred Morgans, and we competed in the Morgan horse show ring. And we had really amazing, that's what I thought I was going to do, was be a horse trainer. That's kind of what I still have my horses, and it's a separate passion of mine. But I also was an avid wrestling fan. It was it was our thing with our dad. When we would go see our dad on the weekends, it was the thing it was the common bond, was wrestling. We had wrestling on the weekends, and I loved it then. I've always been a fan. I kind of fell out of it as we got more into competing in the teenage years. And then after I got out of high school, kind of left in this, what am I going to do with my life kind of, process, as we all are. And I was working at a bar, and wrestling was hot again. It was the Attitude Era, and it was cool, and it was edgy. And my buddy, because I would be locked into wrestling all the time, he suggested his friend had a school that was outside of DC. It was about 2 hours from my house. I was living in Richmond. I just moved out of the house, a little free bird on her own. And he suggested this school that was about 2 hours from me. And I went up, I think it was November 98. And it was in the back of a jujitsu. It was more of a boxing, jujitsu kind of martial arts facility. And there was a ring in the back, and it was a boxing ring. It wasn't a wrestling ring. So I learned how to wrestle. I learned how to take my first falls in a ring that had zero give. It was just, and yeah, I walked in that day and saw that they were training to learn how to wrestle. And I was like, this is cool. I didn't think that's how it would go. I thought, for me, that seemed like such an unobtainable thing, because wrestlers to me seemed like these larger than life characters. I felt like they were like circus acts. They found them with the bearded lady and the other, these monumental, like Andre, and even to me, like Macho Man was just like this wild and insane character. Like they were very random in real life. And so you had to find these people, right? But yeah, and then that began my journey, and here we are, and I'm still in 2022 doing it, and not only doing it, but the current knockouts world champion, and a 10-time champion. This is the 4th time I've held this championship, and still doing crazy things in wrestling, which is, if you would have said to me even then, if this was a possible, I was like, this is crazy. This is all crazy. So, but pretty amazing.
Wow. So, there's so many directions I want to go in terms of, I want to talk about the show that you have. Is it GAW? Do I have that right?
Yes. GAW TV.
Yeah. I want to talk about that and what that stands for, because I think that's amazing. And what you've tried to do to take women's wrestling to the next level as well. You know, I want to talk about your music career as well, but I wanted to ask you, you know, that when we look at your persona now, for example, in Impact, and you talked about riding horses back then. What I love about that is it's actually real.
Right.
And same with country music, I guess, like actually real. Like this isn't something where you're like, because in wrestling, admittedly, there are some times where it's just a character. Like somebody says, "Hey, work this character," but you actually are that person. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, it is me with the volume turned all the way up, which is I think that's why I feel like I have the most freedom and the most liberty, and I feel most at home in this character because I don't have to act. All I have to do is react as I would. With, you know, some extremes because that's what we do in wrestling. But then again, I go back to the characters, and when you've had to play a character like the character with Trish, that was so much fun. I mean, some would argue that I am a bit crazy anyway, so it wasn't that far of a reach for me. However, there were so many elements that, you know, we had to do together to make, and Trish and I and the writers and everybody else, to create this character and to make her so unique in the sense that she became someone that you hated but you also loved, and you loved to hate, and it was this weird fine line of, you know, I actually kind of like her and her craziness and wackiness because, you know, it's okay to be crazy in wrestling.
And so, you know, a lot of people, and I say this totally, say it from perspective of I actually think women's wrestling now, it's so amazing how many different promotions, whether like indies or whether it's the larger promotions, are showcasing women. So I think it's, you know, maybe bigger now than it's ever been. But was it a struggle for a while? That I think it feels like for a while the whole thing was, oh well, the Attitude Era was the women's era as well, and now it's kind of slowed down. Was that a thing, or was that just something as a fan that we didn't see as much women's wrestling? Because it seems like, again, there's this seems to be that there keeps being little resurgence of women's wrestling becoming a really big thing. Like, you know, the what was it Revolution, the big pay-per-view that was all an all-women's pay-per-view?
Yes.
And then what you did with NWA as well. I mean, it just seems like there keeps coming back resurgences, but for a while there in between the Attitude Era and, you know, maybe the last 8 years, it's like for a while there, women's wrestling wasn't being showcased properly. Like, was that something I imagined, or?
No, yes and no. Yes and no. I say that because I say that there are women from every era that have obviously done their work and really put their boots on the ground to kind of make sure that women's wrestling, or at least when they were in the ring, it was taken seriously, you know. So there were always those characters where you go like, yeah, whatever, but I wouldn't mess with that person. I wouldn't mess with Luna Vachon. I wouldn't mess with Scary Sherry, you know. I wouldn't have messed with China. There was always those women, and even Trish and Lita and you think about Ivory and Jazz and Jacqueline and all these women who kind of like, they were badasses in their own right. It's just that the women's storylines were few. There were a lot less of them because there was only one championship that they could really go for. So then the rest of the storylines were more romance angles or kind of like the in-between and the fluff. And I come from the old school art of wrestling where I go, I feel like there's a place for all those characters. I loved that element. I loved, you know, feeling sorry for Miss Elizabeth because she wasn't a wrestler. You can't put her in those situations. I feel sympathy. She's not a wrestler. You can't do that, you know, with her. And, you know, so when there are those characters in there, it just kind of, it makes them unique and different. Or even when you go back to Tori Wilson, it was like she was never the wrestler, so I always had sympathy for her as the good girl because I didn't expect her to go out there and kick anybody's ass until she did, you know. So I just think the expectation for women's wrestling has changed in the fans' eyes the most because there's more opportunities being presented now with tag team titles, with women winning the 24/7 title, with you know, the digital media championship now on Impact, and a woman being the first person to hold that. And so there's different things of, I think, what they think the women are capable of now, because for the long time, not a lot of women were training to get into wrestling to be a wrestler. You know, a lot of them had found their way in as, you know, why they were a girlfriend of one of the wrestlers and then became a manager of some sort, or they just wanted to be one of the managers or one of the arm candy kind. Like there was different roles. But now, because there are, you know, these opportunities that women are main eventing the show and they're being presented as real stars in their own right, now younger generations can see that as a real obtainable goal for them to be a star and to actually be a champion. And so we're getting real athletes that are signing up to be wrestlers so that we can do so much more, and the girls are doing so much more than they've ever done, and that's the cool thing. So the competition is thicker, so it's a lot different for the girls who are trying to make it now because there's a lot more of them, but they're also getting opportunities that they weren't getting. You know, it was only a select few that were getting those opportunities 10 years ago. So it's cool. It's a cool time to still be in wrestling and still be kind of at the forefront of it. I forever want to lift up women's wrestling as much as I can and to get more and more eyeballs on it. And I think now is even a hotter time than ever because of the capabilities of the women across the board. And so it's no longer like a comedic relief or like a kind of novelty show. It can be like an extreme thing, just as in MMA or anything else. And that's really cool. You know, it's really cool, and it's cool that the fans have accepted it because it really took them to come out and be so vocal about it that every company then kind of stepped up and go, actually, yeah, women's wrestling does matter, you know, and we need to make sure that we pay attention to that.
Well, and I was raised by a single mother, so you're speaking my language. I mean, I love to see women prove that they can do. I mean, women can do anything that,
Right.
for example, a man can do. Or and just in general, I just think, you know, why do we always have this thing where one has to be better than the other? And so
Right.
I just love to see that raise up happening. And I don't know if people would necessarily understand how significant it is, but even just what happened at the Royal Rumble, like a lot of people that if you don't watch wrestling, you might not realize how big a deal this is. But it was like the big news story leading right up to it, and you were, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, you were a part of such a big news story, and that's the first time in history I think something like that's happened. So how, I mean, how, I guess we'll say, like you said, you didn't expect any of this to happen. So how amazing is that to be a part of something still historical,
Oh,
you know, this much later in your career? And what I'm referring to is, you know, Mickie having the title of one promotion and then showing up at another promotion with holding the title. I mean, and this isn't like a work or a storyline where you really are still with the company, you know, the other
right.
company. Like this is literally you're working for one company and showing up at another one as the champion.
Absolutely. And it's been a long time. I think it was, you know, Dan Severn and Jeff Jarrett who were the last ones to really show up to, you know, WWE with the NWA World's Heavyweight Championship. And to think back that, and then now in the modern era of wrestling where, you know, there's different promotions and there's not a whole lot of that interpromotional stuff happening, especially on the WWE level. Like just they don't do that because they don't need to do that, right? So the chance, you know, for the chance of them to do this monumental thing and to do it with me and to be able to represent Impact and the Knockouts World Championship and the Knockouts who have held that championship before me and the women who are going to hold that belt after me, you know, which I don't hope that's not going to happen anytime soon. However, you know, who all these like this provides a real they fans have booked these dream matches in their mind of like the potential or the possibility, but they've also gone, yeah, but it's never really going to happen. So this is just me fantasy booking in my mind. But now they can see this as a viable thing, as a possible reality. That's something that could potentially really, really happen. And you see it happen in other sports and stuff all the time and other fighting leagues. So that, you know, for them to step up and then to go through the channels and to be able to make this happen on both, you know, the corporate level and myself for, you know, to be able to fight for this like moment and say, okay, this is a really cool thing, I think uh was amazing. And I'm so grateful for it. And there's nothing I can say or really do to express like how grateful I am with all the things considered, you know, to be able to do that, to solidify my name, and that can be like, it's a really cool thing to say, like, I did this, I was able to do this thing, and it was historical and it was monumental. And to be a woman, to be able to be the one to knock down that door in the modern era of wrestling that we're in right now is hella cool. It's really, really cool. And I can't thank either company enough, and NWA for giving me the opportunity to present Empower, and for this whole roller coaster that I've been on since last April, and to now be where I'm at in less than a year. And if you would have said that to me then, like within all the stuff that was happening then, I would have thought you were crazy and this wasn't possible. And it's pretty amazing what is possible when you just kind of stop putting limits on yourself and what you think about yourself. And when you get people in your corner to fight with you and to stand beside you, and help do so many things. So it's just crazy. It's wild.
Well, yeah, it's amazing to me. And I think it's a good segue for me to ask you this one question I've wanted to ask you. And then I'm going to switch gears a little bit into maybe other territory that you spent time in. But I said I was going to ask you this question. I call it the time machine question. I've asked it thousands of times. What I love about this question is you never know what kind of answer you're going to get. And so my question, Mickie, is knowing what you know now. We just talked about, all this journey that you never expected to happen. If you could jump into a time machine and go back and talk to a younger Mickie and give her some life advice based on what you've learned in the years since, what do you think you might tell her?
To let go of control, to don't try to plan it all, to think there's a perfect idea of how things are supposed to be, and then allow yourself to be disappointed when they don't go the way that you envisioned, or the way that because there's a bigger plan in store. And I think that's often a cliched thing that we say, or that our parents tell us, like, oh, it's because God is going to bless you even bigger, or whatever that is, whatever you believe in that sense. But it's really hard to see that. They say that you can't see the forest from the trees sometimes. And when you're so deeply involved and invested and pushing and sacrificing a lot to get to where you want to go, sometimes these little setbacks can stop you dead in your tracks, and it can take away from that belief in yourself. And I think there's a lot of time and wasted, in doubting myself and doubting. And it not only does it set you back in your momentum, but it sets you back mentally, it sets you back spiritually, it sets you back, professionally, because you have to stay focused and stay positive and stay focused on the vision, on the end goal, and not really try to control how you get there, and just kind of let it, and that's a hard thing for me, because whether it be I'm a Virgo and I'm a planner and I'm a micromanager and all the things, or it's just easier for me to kind of see it if I'm checking off little boxes along the way. But there were a lot of times where I would get very, very discouraged in moments of, I was supposed to debut and I didn't debut, and I'm so frustrated, the frustration moments, and those can be very, very hard on you, especially your mental health. And I think that you have to just learn to not give value to what everyone else thinks about you, and kind of stay true to what you believe about you, and to kind of stay focused on that kind of stuff. So in a nutshell, that's a very long-winded answer, but patience is a virtue, and it's just, yeah.
Well, and I said I was going to steer away a little bit from wrestling, but I do have one more question around wrestling, because, and part of it's because for so long when I was growing up, it was this whole thing of, you almost didn't want to tell your friends you're watching wrestling because there's this sort of stigma. And I've grown past that. And I really love the idea that I have a platform where I can say, this is cool. It's okay to be a fan of wrestling. And I know lawyers and doctors that are fans of wrestling, and it's all cool. But one thing I wanted to ask you about, I don't know if you experienced this, because you mentioned how you went to a training school and what have you, but I remember reading Mick Foley's book about him talking about, and again, a lot of people would never realize this happens in the wrestling world, but him driving, I forget how far it was, but driving through multiple states in his car, sleeping overnight in the winter to make $20 to get experience wrestling at a school, and then traveling on the road and basically having four wrestlers sleeping in a hotel room with only 2 beds, stuff like that. Is that something that you went through? When you were starting out, did you go through that journey as well?
Yes. And I feel, I don't really, I'm not really aware of what the talent is making on the independents now, but even before I got signed, I think the most I was making was $250 a show. And that was a lot for an independent wrestler. And that $250 a show would include me driving like 5 hours to get to the show. But prior to that, and the $25 and a handshake and a free hot dog during intermission, and me sleeping in my car at the rest area because I couldn't afford to get gas and get a room. Like, even if I sold my 8x10s at like what, $5, $10 a pop. And, I was lucky to break even most weekends. And that's why I still had to keep and it wasn't like I could have a career because I'm chasing a dream. And what career is going to let you off Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays so you can go be a weekend warrior and play wrestler on the weekend? I had to bartend or, just be a waitress or whatever else it was that I could just kind of make my own like little schedule and do double shifts or whatever it was to kind of make sure that I could put gas in my car to go to the shows on the weekends. It's just, it was a journey, but I wouldn't change it for the world. I mean, obviously I wish it wasn't as long, but I wouldn't change because the experiences that I had when you're 5 in a room and everybody's working the same show, and then you go back to the hotel and everybody's laughing and yucking it up because everybody's on the same journey and all trying to make it together. And it's cool to see, and some of your friends make it and some of your friends don't make it, and some are still here today and some are not. And it's an interesting life, and that's why they say it's not for everybody, because it's not. It's the same as a rock star or an actor that's pursuing a dream, and it's like you realize that you end up leaving a lot of people behind, and then hopefully you come back and you see them still or whatever. But it's a lonely life too. It can be lonely, but I got good friends, so that's good. I still got some amazing friends out of it.
Well, and I totally get it because I've been a speaker for pre-COVID, almost 20 years. And the life of a speaker, everybody thinks it's sexy, but it's lonely because it's you traveling to every event and, you showing up by yourself with some luggage. And I played music for a while where I do mini tours, and it's the same gig as you said. Like it's lonelier than people think. Like people like, oh, you're so lucky. And I'm like, hey, if you want to take over the luggage for a month and give it a go. Most people, I don't think most people would throw the luggage and leave after about a week. So you're right. It's not for everybody, Mickie. And, I wanted to segue. I wanted to talk about your music for a bit, but I also want to ask you about the GAW show as well. So first of all, let's go there. Can you tell us what GAW stands for? Because I love this. I love the show.
Oh, thank you. It's Grown Ass Woman Television. GAW TV. Grown Ass Women Television. It's myself. It's Lisa Marie, who is from WWE, a future Hall of Famer herself, Victoria, but she also was an Impact as Tara. And we had an amazing feud together, but she's one of my dearest sisters, love her to pieces. She's also from the fitness world, so she provides a way different background and kind of look at the wrestling world as I do, who I didn't come from fitness. I came from horses and the country. And then there's Val, SoCal Val, who I met at Impact Wrestling when I first went there, and we created we came up with Hardcore Country, who then kind of now lives forever, which I'm so grateful for. But that's where I met Miss Valerie, SoCal Val, who is more of a presenter. She's very much a girly girl, like the other side of it. Never wanted to be a wrestler, was more like, I want to be an Elizabeth. I bruise like a peach. I don't love to work out. But she's amazing. And we couldn't do like the blend of us three together because she's such a girly girl, and Lisa and I are both more tomboy kind of stuff, but we're also from different backgrounds. It's really cool. We've had a collection of amazing guests, both in wrestling and outside of wrestling. And we just wanted to be able to have these conversations of when we are on the road. Like a lot of people think it's super glamorous and we do get to go to the cities and stuff. But by the time we get into our hotel room, it's, 1:00 in the morning. Most of the bars are closed. So we've grabbed a bottle of wine at the truck stop, probably on the way while we were filling up gas. And now we're just going to, reconvene in one of our rooms and just kind of girl it up for the rest of the night until we powder to our rooms. And that's kind of what our show is. And it is to attack, we attack some serious subjects on there and definitely have opinions both about wrestling and about life and dating and all the things, but it's really just like a comfortable space for us to just kind of chit chat with our girlfriends. It is the view of wrestling is what it is. Kind
Yeah.
of.
No, it totally is that, and I love that. That's that. I mean, so just by saying that, most people can immediately visualize what the show is. I love that.
Yeah.
And so, and I mean, I feel like even part of that is part of that empowerment for women in wrestling. You know, that you guys are hosting the show, 3 women wrestlers, well, 3 women in wrestling, and just kind of, you know, as you said, tackling subjects, bringing on other people, but it's hosted by females. It's, you know, it's another way, I think, to just sort of take that power back. So I love that as well.
Oh, thank you. Well, I think too is now more than ever. I mean, if we look at the longevity of wrestling, of just wrestling as long as we've known it, we've really, and that was what I really wanted to, with even with Empower and with Got to, is like, we've watched wrestling from a man's perspective our entire lives. We've not seen wrestling from a female perspective. We don't really know, even especially women's storylines, what that looks like from a woman's perspective, because that would get a real grasp on how women think, and it would recapture our female audience, and really, because then it's relatable. It's more relatable to them, because it is, instead of like fighting over something silly like, you know, hairspray, we're actually fighting, we would be fighting over real scenarios that women and that we get pissed off about, you know, and that was kind of the difference maker. But also just to have a female perspective and to kind of let our fans know how we think when we're on the road, because I think they have one like perception of it, but most of it, even the podcasts and stuff up until recently, you know, have all been from a male perspective of wrestling and of the things that go on. And I think the way that we think about it is way different, you know? So it's cool. And it's cool to kind of let our fans in on that kind of those conversations, but in a safe place with our friends, that they feel comfortable with us, because they know that we're not going to, you know, throw them underneath the bus ever.
Absolutely, I love that, and
Yeah.
I love that approach, because I've never been one of those interviewers that ever had any malicious reason to kind of try to bring something up or bury somebody. I just want to have a real conversation with somebody, and so
Right.
I love that. And so I just thought about it with the NWA show with Empower. Was that, and I was just thinking this now, but as far as kind of a major promotion, was that actually the first time that the whole show was booked by a female from a, and when I say this, I mean a male sort of oriented promotion, like, meaning I say that because of course there's been some female promotions over the years, which has been all female, but I mean from a promotion that has a lot of male wrestlers, was that also a first?
I believe so. I mean, I know, because Evolution was not booked by a female, because it was, you know, it was a collection of people of creative and stuff. It was the first, from my knowledge, aside from obviously Thunder Rosa, she does Mission Pro, and I'm not sure if you're aware of who she is. She's another wrestler.
I'm aware of Thunder Rosa. I didn't know she did that.
Because she has a which I was hoping to have involved with Empower, but that didn't work out. However, she does have her own female promotion that she does out of Texas, I think. And then there's also Glow, not Glow, Wow Superheroes, that Jenny Buss out of LA. She has that promotion. So there are other, but what, I don't think that there were all females booking the talent, or I'm not sure. However, from a television and a corporate standpoint, it is the first. Even Knockouts Knockdown, there's Gail is heavily involved in the Knockouts division. Obviously everybody knows that, Gail Kim, legend. But she's heavily involved, but I don't think she's solely doing the creative or the booking or anything. So for the first time, like, Billy trusted me. So thank you, Billy. Again, I'll never stop thanking you. Trusted me to be able to book this card and to book the talent and to book the show. For NWA, and to see, you know, to represent NWA women and the Empower show. And we were able to get AEW on board. We were obviously able to get Impact on board, in the sense of doing the Slammiversary, coming out at Slammiversary and doing weeks of television to build up to it, with her and Melina, with Deanna and Melina, and all the things that then kind of fell out of it. And yeah, it was really cool. And I don't know, we can say it's the first ever, because it was the first ever from a corporate standpoint, right? Like,
absolutely. Well, and that's what I was kind of driving at when I said first after, because I knew about like Glow years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, I looked at that a bit different, because the whole show is always been mostly all females. So I just kind of was
Right.
looking at
Well, and
that.
it was kind of campy, and it was from a male's perspective. Like I even think like the resurgence of wow, it's really great, and see my friends over there, and it's amazing. But a lot of it, some of it looks kind of cheesy, and I'm like, I didn't want it to be cheesy. I don't want cheese, you know. Like I feel like women's wrestling has been trying to overcome the stigma of being cheesy for the entirety of wrestling, and a lot of women like I just wanted it to be show very empowering women to go out there and kick butt and show what women's wrestling can do and what women's wrestling consists of, you know.
Well, and like I said, I want to go to the music side as we start winding down, but just for people that might be listening in and going, when they hear a name, they might be, well, I don't watch wrestling, so I don't know that name. I want to put it out there when you said I want to thank Billy, and I'll keep thanking him. A lot of people might not realize that you're talking about Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins.
Right.
So people probably don't realize that Billy owns a wrestling promotion now, and was part of another one when it was TNA.
Yeah,
so
he did.
Non-wrestling fans probably wouldn't make that connection. So I just want to put, when you say Billy, like people are like, oh, I don't know who Billy is. No, you probably do.
Yeah, and I think I forget that he's super famous because he just comes over the house and, you know, we have meatless sausages and potatoes for breakfast. It's like it seems like be our go-to. We always have breakfast together, all that Nick and they have meetings and stuff. So I'm just like, I've known Billy for so long that he's always been like, even from the first TNA days, like when I was Alexis Lurie and I was getting beat up by Jeff Jarrett, I've known Billy and he would come to the asylum back then. But he's just a cool guy, and his perspective I think on wrestling is very different than mine because he is still like he was a fan for so long, but he's obviously never done it in the ring. So it's just interesting to get his, but a lot of people don't know that he's such an avid wrestling fan, a fan to the point that he bought the NWA, the oldest wrestling company pretty much in the world, like especially in the United States of America, the oldest and most respected wrestling company that everybody that you've ever heard of has come through, you know, so and been champion there. So it's kind of cool and odd and strange. So because I forget, like, oh yeah, it's Billy Corgan, yeah, from Smashing Pumpkins, which I was a huge fan of Smashing Pumpkins too. And we've talked about like my favorite song, and he's like, oh, that's weird. I didn't, you know, well, it was another conversation, but yeah, it's cool. And I don't pick it, like I've only picked his brain a little bit on the music, even though because I do music as well and I songwrite or I try to and put my own music out in country and rock and roll kind of Southern rock, if you will. I have only gotten his opinion a couple of times because I always feel weird on leaning on that thread of like, hey, will you listen to my song? Because then what if he hates it? Which I would appreciate his honest feedback because I'm used to taking corrective criticism. However, I'm like, well, I don't want to, you know what I mean? What if he hates my music and then he doesn't trust my wrestling brain, you know? I'm like, hold on, because he's going to judge it on the songwriting side, and he's an incredible songwriter. So I don't know. Yeah. But he helped me out with Gaw actually when we were putting Gaw together of that. And it was actually his decision. He's the one who said, hey, why don't we make Gaw, Grown Ass Woman, the song that I did with Chapel Heart Band? Why don't we make that the theme song for Empower? I think that was a perfect song for that. And I was like, oh, yes. Okay. So yeah.
Well, and that gives us a good segue for my last part, which is to talk about the music side, because now we're talking, of course, Billy Corgan, we're talking music. So can you tell us a little bit about that journey? And when I asked this, Mickie, I'm wondering, first of all, was it hard to make that journey? Because, it's one of those things where like we see, for example, an actor and they go and there's, so many great examples of people that are actors that I was like, I didn't know they could sing and they're really good. But it's always like that fear of, am I leaving one for the other? And what if it doesn't work out? And did you have any of those fears whenever you decided to go in that direction? Or was it that, you know what, I've already achieved a lot in the wrestling world and now I'm comfortable to go take the step and see what happens?
Well, I say that, well, this is a double because it's a yes and a yes and a yes answer in the sense. So around the same time, I must have been about 10 years old. Like I used to love to sing. And I would sing and sing and I would record myself and I would say, oh, I want to be a singer. I want to be a singer. And I think it was, I can't remember exactly. My stepdad, he was a drinker. And must have been recording myself singing for probably about an hour straight in the back bedroom. And my sister and I shared a bedroom. I grew up in a small house, 3-bedroom. My sister and I shared a bedroom. My little brother had his own bedroom, right? And I'm on there with my A-B side, and I'm singing my heart out, like, to Whitney Houston, "I Will Always Love You. I will never forget it. I'll never forget it," because and it was an A side, B side, and you had to record yourself on the A side, B side. And I had my little microphone that was plugged in, and and I probably sang the song too. To be fair, I have sang that. I probably was on the 10th time that I was singing the song in that hour space, because I was missing up a note. I wanted it to be perfect. And I don't know whether he was watching. I can't remember if he was watching the game or something. And he came back there and he was mad as a horn. Like, he's just like, "Jesus Christ, Mickie, please stop singing. Please stop singing. You sound like a bunch of dogs howling." And I'm just like, I was crushed in that moment. I know it's heartbreaking. I do feel bad for him in a sense, because now as an adult, and I can kind of put myself, but 10-year-old me was crushed because my dream was crushed. And I go, he thinks I'm a terrible singer. Am I a terrible singer? Does everybody think I'm a terrible singer and they've just been being nice? All those things. And that day I stopped singing and recording myself. I would sing when I was by myself, when I was cleaning the stalls, when I would hum in the shower. I would sing in the car when I would drive by myself when I was like 16 and stuff. Well, I would sing when I was alone, or like when I was just with people that I trusted, like my sister, or if we were just joking around singing. So I wasn't trying to sing good. But I honestly didn't think I was a good singer, but I was constantly writing, and I took creative writing, and I took novel classes and just kind of stuff. And I found, after I'd made it in wrestling and I was on the road full time, and I was still writing, and I found myself writing in lyrical form. Like, I was writing to songs that were already on the radio. I was writing them in a melody form. And it just hit me. I was like, as you're driving and you have a lot of time, I've traveled a lot by myself, and you have a lot of time with yourself. And I had this like conversation with myself, and I was like, why? And I was singing in the car, just singing my heart out, and writing as I was singing, and I'd have to stop and pull over and type it down. And it's like, why aren't you doing, like, you need to go you need to go lay down these songs, like, just more of it to prove it to myself, as you've overcome so much bullshit in your life, and you made it in wrestling when nobody said you were going to do it. I needed to go and lay down this collection of songs that I wrote, whether it did anything or not. I just needed to do it for myself, because it was something that I said I wanted to do with my life, and I didn't want to deal with, what if I never did it? What if he was right and I am a horrible singer? Like, what if all that, like, you're never going to know until there was a lot of time spent that I'd never pursued that passion, because I let someone else's opinion change my, not change my desire, because it was always still there, but change my belief in myself about it. And that was to now look at it as an adult. That's why I say, when you go back, like, it's one of those things, because I wish I'd never done that. I wish I'd continued to write and continued to do all the things, because I think I would have really, excelled a lot faster. However, I have so much now to learn off of it, even in my writing, because of my life, and then the stories involved of it. So, yeah.
Amazing. And so, just to finish off things, Mickie, I'll ask you then. You went down that path. You said you want to see what it would be like, and you didn't want to live with that regret of, what if I don't try, and what if he was right, and what have you. And by the way, I totally experienced that. So part of me, whenever you said it kind of hit me on two levels, because I had a girlfriend one time years ago who said to me one day when I was playing music, she was in with my mother in the kitchen, and I was playing music in the living room. I never played before in front of anybody ever. First time I sang in front of her. And she said, "Oh my God, you're hurting my ears. Would you just stop?" And I said, "Are you telling me I can't sing?" And she said, "I'm telling you, if you ever try to sing in public, then we may have to end this, because I'd be so mortified." Like, it was just this moment. And
Wow.
for a while, I kept writing, kept playing, but like yourself, I shied away from doing it in front of people. And then one day it kicked in. I'm like, you know what? The heck with her. Wait a minute. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to prove her wrong. And I'll tell you,
Right.
it's never, to me, it's never about, like revenge or whatever, or about I'll prove her wrong in the sense of saying it to her. But I'll tell you, kind of like years later, after I put out 4 CDs and one of them got nominated for an award and all this stuff, she said to my mom, she goes, "By the way, I was going to ask you one day, is he still single?" And I thought, there's the vindication.
There it is.
Because it was just after my music got out and was on the radio. And then she asked my mom that. So I thought, well, you know what? It proved it to me, but it wasn't really about her. And ultimately, to me, like getting a CD out and getting nominated in that was the validation to me that that person was wrong. Maybe I wasn't, and I probably wasn't a good singer then, but my point is, why should you tell somebody else they can't achieve something? And so I totally identify with and resonate with what you said because I lived it. And so that's kind of what I was also like when you said it, because I was like, I lived that.
Yeah. I'm so sorry but obviously you used that and used it as fire, which I always think you have to use the nose as fire. But here's the thing is that people who can't dream big for themselves can't see the possibility of your dreams. You know what I mean? Like because they have such self-limiting beliefs on their own, and that's due to their own choices and traumas and stuff that they kind of have to deal with. But those are the first people to tell you that you're not capable of doing anything, are the ones that can't see it for themselves. So I always kind of have to remember that when you're, especially in today's society, because people are so quick to try to cut you down. And I'm just like, that's just because you don't believe in yourself. And so I almost feel bad for you in a sense.
Well, and one of my things I used to say to myself all the time is I always reminded myself, they don't erect statues for critics.
Right.
And that always stuck with me as like, like if you think about the Wayne Gretzky's of the world, the Beatles and that, they have statues and they went out and did it while other people were saying they were no good.
Right.
And so again, it's just so that I always remember that, and it's not a knock against critics, but it's just that the people that are going out and making stuff happen, they're the ones that are also seeing the results.
Right.
And so totally agree with that. So Mickie, I said I wanted to ask you just about the music career. And then of course I want to know how people can find out what you're doing. I mean, obviously, like you said, since April, there's been so much change. Like who would have known you would no longer be with kind of what we consider the big wrestling company, and yet you've had more stuff I think happen since then. And so who knows what the future holds? I mean, you might not even know what it holds. But I want to ask you first of all, the music thing, just so we don't leave that unanswered. It worked out okay then? Like the music side?
Great. Yes, I've done 2 full albums. I've released about 10 singles. I've been writing this whole pandemic because this next album that I've been working on, and I keep saying this because I've been working on it. If you're a musician, so you know, it's like, it's never perfect and I want 2 more and that's not the perfect song. And so I've been writing and working on doing this next album, the third album, full album of all original stuff. So all stuff that I've written on and not just from like publishing companies and just like 2 or 3 of my songs. So I'm really excited about that. I've been pouring a lot of like heart and soul into that one and trying to find the right songs and write the right songs and all the things. So, yeah, I'm still doing it. Obviously, Gaw was still the theme song for Empower, so that was awesome. I did that with Chapel Heart Band, and they're the CMT's Next Women of Country. If you haven't checked them out, go check them out. They're incredible. But obviously, I did a single with the Yin Yang Twins, which I used to listen to in high school and all the things before. So that was kind of a weird mesh melody, but that was super cool. It was so cool. And got to open for like Gretchen Wilson and Montgomery Gentry and Rascal Flatts and all these things that I was like, this is crazy. This is wild. But yeah. So I'm going to keep plugging away and keep doing it because I love it. And it's a different outlet for me than wrestling. It's soft. It's the softer side of me, if you will.
And I think you ultimately proved him wrong, in my opinion. I know.
And I still love him.
Yeah, there you go. And like I said, even whenever I was saying it with myself, it's not a vindictive thing. It was just like, that was the fuel. Thank you for the fuel. Thanks for being a part of my life for the fuel for that ex-girlfriend. It's like, and I one time I put a post there thanking all my ex-girlfriends because I wouldn't be who I am today if you came into my life. And also thanks for releasing me and yourself so that we can go find other journeys and stuff like that. But I think sometimes we get resentful about that. For me, I was like, you know what? Thank you, because I might not have pushed so hard with music if you hadn't have said that. So
no doubt. Well, and I think it's all too. It's how you deal with a situation, because you can go 2 ways with it, and I honestly think that the way you choose to go with it is going to ultimately dictate the outcome. Whether if you're resentful and negative and pissed off and just like angry, then it's not going to produce a good outcome. Whereas if you go, you know what, it wasn't meant to be, and I'm grateful for the lesson, but I'm also grateful for my blessings when I'm just going to keep moving forward. And then that's what, because it is all learning experiences, because that's what we're here to do, is learn and experience and live it, and hopefully I hope that they're all good ones. That's all. And they're not, but at least they're learn a good lesson out of it. So.
Absolutely. Well, Mickie James, I want to ask you, like I said, how we can learn more, how people can connect with you. Is there a hub, like website, all that kind of stuff that you would send people? Sure. And should I be adding Nick's last name? Do you go by Mickie James, or do you?
Mickie James Aldis is my name. It is, okay. But obviously wrestling and the world knows me as Mickie James, and you go to mickiejames.com and find everything that you need to know from Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can go to gawtv.com if you want to check out that show. It's on Wednesdays, every Wednesday on YouTube, 5 p.m. And follow all my girls there. All their socials are up there too. They're pretty fun. And yeah, and Legacy Subs, you can go to legacysubs.com, which is our supplement brand that my husband and I launched in the middle of the pandemic, and it's doing amazing now. We have a female line as well as a wellness line and a CBD line now. So it's doing really good. And yeah, mickiejames.com. You can just find where I'm at. I usually I have a check mark. So just look for the check mark.
Amazing. So that way they know it's really Mickie James.
Yes.
I love it. So Mickie, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. I thank you so much for joining us today. I'll let you run because I know how busy you are. But just thank you for making some magic happen today with us. And thank you for all the great work you're doing for both women's wrestling and in the world. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Corey. I appreciate you having me on so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, my pleasure. So thanks so much, Mickie. And everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab Scott and Laura and bring them back on just for us to close things out. So I got to find them. I told them to run, and so I better make sure that I give them a heads up. So did you guys? So those listening right now, did you guys learn some stuff about the wrestling world, for instance? Just a sec here. There we go. Did you guys learn some stuff about the wrestling world you may not have known? I see that my mother's now commenting here.
I love it. So Mickie, like I said, it's been an absolute pleasure.
I gotta love that technology. Yeah. So did you guys learn some new things about wrestling that you may not have known before? Like I said, I think that growing up, I was going to say my mother's commenting here, and so she heard me what I was mentioning with her, but also she can verify and validate that that is true about my grandfather and great-grandfather, having me sit by the TV with them watching wrestling. My father was part of that as well, watching wrestling. And yeah, like I said, growing up, it was like, it had this sort of stigma, but I've been fascinated by the wrestling business for years because it has that amazing behind the scenes stuff that you don't realize is going on, is actually going on. I'm just going to send a message to Scott and Laura. So yeah, so this amazing stuff that you don't realize is going on behind the scenes that really is. And now we can say this because back in the day, wrestling was really protected and guarded with the stuff behind the scenes. But now we hear the stories where two wrestlers have a storyline or they're fighting each other on air. Meanwhile, they're great friends behind the scenes. We would never talk about that years ago with wrestling, but now that's just something that is commonplace and people are used to that being a part of wrestling. And so, yeah, I think it was, I think it's so like just to dive in behind the scenes of the wrestling world. So how have you guys been enjoying the day today? We've had some really cool guests on. That was my first interview of the day. And then Scott and Laura, of course, had some amazing guests on earlier. I see Scott is back now. So Scott, how are you doing?
Great. I actually never left. I just worked on things and I was going to get some food and I haven't yet, but I couldn't stop listening to the interview.
Okay, very cool. Awesome. So did you, I never asked you this before, but were you a person that watched wrestling ever in your life? Like, was that a thing in your life at a world at all?
It was not.
No?
I watched the tiny little bit of it. I had friends that were like right into it. I like parts of it. I mean, I watched a little bit, but I just didn't, I didn't jump in the way you did.
You know what? Yeah, so as far as, and I'm just replying to Laura, actually. This is the great part about technology. You're living it while you're talking out loud. So I was definitely, she said hardcore country is her character now. I was a hardcore wrestling fan, when I was 8, 9, and 10 and stuff. As I got older, I kind of pushed away from it at times, but I actually, just like I said, I got fascinated by the behind the scenes stuff. To be honest, I'm more fascinated by behind the scenes than what you see on TV. Like just like you know, the lifestyle that, you know, somebody's sleeping in the same bedroom as 4 other people and they're making $10 a night, but they're still doing all this. And then the fact that 3 or 4 of them are back at the hotel at the bar talking about the storyline they're going to put on and how it's going to play out, and it's all choreographed. And like, to me, when people say fake or real, I don't even factor that in. Like, to me, it's like, this is like some weird mix of soap opera, Broadway, athleticism, and like, so I look at it, I guess, in a different way. I actually gain more of a respect for it because of how they put all this together, and somehow you go to a show and watch it and you're just like, oh yeah, this must be real. You know, like, it's just wild. So, but I mean, also like the journey, as you heard with her, the journey that she went through being a female wrestler and trying to get people to take female wrestlers seriously, which they do now. I mean, they've had so many firsts in the last 5 years. But when I was growing up, like she said, it was like, usually it was the valet or it was Miss Elizabeth, which you might know that name, Elizabeth and Randy Savage, Macho Man. And that character was that they were really married in real life, but on screen he would like intimidate her and she would cower in a corner, and you were just like somebody stop that guy. And you know, and but that was mostly the female wrestlers or talent we saw, and so it's just changed so much. So anyway, that was just enjoyable for me.
Well, it's so many things in life that way, and I had to jump away for a bit. I had a call, but I missed the last like 10 minutes. But yeah, for so many things, women have been brought into as, oh, I guess we should let them play too. Like, grow up. But I mean, I love that we're finally, you know, I hope we're as a society getting to the point where that's not a thing anymore, because we've gone through levels and levels and levels and levels of that. Like, I still remember, I'm an endurance athlete, and I still remember in the early days, in the 70s, it was illegal for women to run in the Boston Marathon. It was illegal. And I still remember one of the first ladies, and her name's not coming to me, but her name was, if she abbreviated it, could sound like a boy's name. So she applied to be in the Boston Marathon under a name simplified enough, I think it was Pat, where they couldn't tell if it was boy or girl, and she got admission into the Boston Marathon. She was dating a football player at the time, and they knew it was illegal for her to run in the Boston Marathon because women were too delicate and marathon was too hard for the female body, blah, 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 all this stuff we didn't know. And she ran in the marathon. She hid behind her big football player guy. And there's great footage. I heard her speak at an event once. There's great footage of her big football player guy, like blasting the race director out of the way so she could finish the Boston Marathon. And they wouldn't let the record stand as official until years later. And it's just like, man, it's hard to believe that as recently, I think that was 1980 or 81, that we were, and I'm going to say as a society, that stupid that we thought that made sense, that women couldn't run a marathon. But I mean, you know, that's the power of the growth of it. That's why she's a great keynote speaker, because she has that story. It's the same thing with this. It's such a powerful story because she went through all that stuff to break those barriers and show the world, hey, look it, this is fine.
Yeah, and still doing it. Like what I was talking about there, again, some of that stuff is inside stuff if you don't watch wrestling, but NWA, which was like around for like when I was a kid, that was still like the National Wrestling Alliance. They were, what it was is they were like a franchise, and they were all over the country, in US especially, but even Canada. And that's still going, and Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins owns it now. And she put on an event for him, which was an all-female event, and ran it for, like, I shouldn't say for him, but like ran it under Billy's banner of NWA. And again, something like that would have never been happened. Like 20 years ago, people would have been like, what? That can't happen. And then the latest thing was that the Royal Rumble, which is WWE, the big company, their big event where you throw people over the top type thing of the rope, like 30 go in, you go over the top. What we were talking about is she got to go out while working for another company, wearing the belt of the other company, and then talking about her and the other company. And that's the first time in history for a female, I think, that's ever been done. So she's been a part of a lot of historical moments. So I didn't mean to even just stick around to wrestling. It was just there's so much to unpack in a short amount of time. But, you know, having said that, we have Laura with us. So speaking of powerful females, we have Laura with us. And I just wanted to, you know, as we sort of wind things down, maybe the next 15 to 20 minutes, I would love to, you know, you guys are now 2 days in. I would love to get your guys' thoughts. I know you guys have been talking about it throughout, but some of your big takeaways or, you know, things that you guys thought Oh, Laura's got her notepad.
So
So yeah, I just love to see what so far. What have you guys? Is there one or two moments that just this is a big takeaway that I'll never forget, or this is something I wish everybody knew, or just anything that pops up in your head?
The first thing that comes to mind is when Kelly said that after working with you, within 4 hours, she landed her first TED Talk. 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have to add to that, Laura, that because when that first happened, I remember somebody joining up right away and said, "Well, I need to work with you because it only took her 4 hours." And there's some, maybe there's some aspect of the fact that she followed what she learned and it worked. But there's the other side is she took action within 4 hours. Like in other words, she took action immediately, where some people might just leave it sit in the fence, right? So I got to give credit to her for taking action.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And that's a big key point of it. We talked about it earlier, but I mean, not to pat myself on the back, but I did the same thing when we were having our authors or speakers talk the 3-day weekend last weekend, and you were describing applying to TEDx and how to go in and find out where a local one is, not a big city, but a smaller town, and find out who the organizer is and find them on LinkedIn and see if there's a connection. And I did that while you were talking, and I found a really good friend of mine that I've trained to the World Masters Volleyball Championships. I was like, "Hey, do you know this lady?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I used to work for her." And now I'm connected to the organizer of TEDx Grand Prairie. Now, whether it goes anywhere or not, I don't know. That's on my own merit and that will come. But just the fact that that door is open because you shared the simplest little nugget that is not obvious is a game changer.
Well, first of all, thank you. And that a lot of that comes from me reverse engineering whenever I was doing them, what's working and what's not working. And I don't know, maybe I like to think that there's some kind of little happy accident with that, but it took me a long time to learn that. But now when I'm doing stuff, I'm always like keeping track, like Laura does with all the notes. I'm like, okay, what's working here? What's not working? Because I always think somebody might come to me later for me to teach them this. So now I'm always like making notes of what is working and what's not working. And yeah, so Scott, that's something that I tested over and over again. But you took action, and that still goes back to that. So I think the lesson there is take action.
Yes. Take imperfect action. Just go. And I want to share one thing.
Imperfect action. That's a key thing.
Take
like, in other
imperfect
words,
action.
Take action. Just like people, well, I'll say this one thing, and Laura, I think I interjected and you're going to say something, but I'll just add this. I always say, and I don't know if I heard this from somewhere and paraphrased it or where it came from, because I'm not going to take credit for it, but I'll just say one of the things that I've always loved is the idea that my book that is okay or maybe really good, but okay or good is much better than your amazingly brilliant book that you never write or never release.
Yep.
So my okay book that's in the world. And what's that? What's the thing? Something is better than perfect. What's the there's a quote I know somebody says something's better than perfect, and it's like moving forward is better than perfect. Progress. There you go. Thank you.
Progress is better than perfection.
Yes. Yeah. And I believe that to be so true, but so many people get stuck in the perfection side and nothing happens. So sorry, Laura. I think you were going to say something, and then I had to finish that.
Well, I think we're all
no worries. A friend of mine hosts a room called Progress Over Perfection. I want to elaborate on what you had said. Let's add some other words in there. It can be intentional, aligned, imperfect action, and we can, of course, add more words to that. But what I was going to say is that is exactly what Joe was talking about. Is he was saying that the Law of Attraction movie, people were saying, oh, I can just sit in my chair all day and think of these wonderful things. He's like, no, in the movie, I specifically said you need to take action. It's like, yes, you got law of action is one of 12 laws.
Yeah. I don't know if you knew this, Laura, but because I'm pretty sure years ago, the book of Why and How, when I released it, I'm pretty sure you got it early on, the book. But one of my things in there, one chapter is dedicated to that, about what was missing from the law of attraction. And I talked about how it was the law of action. And I gave an example for how I want to share the bill with a big name speaker. And so I made a list, and the top of the list was Deepak Chopra. And you might remember this, Laura, the Emergent Learning Conference that was in Halifax. So what happened was I was like, okay, I want to share the bill with Deepak. Well, what do I have to do? Maybe I have to look at his website and see where he's speaking. So that's one of the actions. And I looked, and lo and behold, he was speaking the only place in the entire year where he was speaking, where other speakers were speaking, and it wasn't his own event, was this one event called the Emergent Learning Conference. And it turns out it was in my backyard where I was living at the time. And so I reached out to the organizers, and they had told me that they had already closed down like the applications, but they would let me know if a spot came up because they liked the talk idea. And this happened for my TEDx, one of my TEDx talks too. But long story short, I'm trying to remember her name right now. Anne Berube. You might know who Anne is. Do you know that name, Laura? Anne Berube in Halifax.
Sounds familiar. Names are not my forte.
Ideas Festival is one of her things. She has a whole bunch. She's the one who used to bring Wayne Dyer and Deepak Chopra to town all the time. And so anyway, Anne was the only person that booked Deepak as well. So like all the synergies were happening. But I reached out and she said, we'll let you know, but right now we closed applications. They reached out to me a week later and said, Corey, we had a spot open up. The speaker had to cancel if you're interested. So I jumped in and I ended up sharing the bill with Deepak Chopra within like 3 months of writing it down on my vision board. But here's the point of that whole story. If I just put it on the vision board and said, yay, I'm going to share the bill with Deepak this year, it wouldn't have happened because they weren't looking for any speakers. And it was the only time he was doing it the whole year.
Yep.
So, to your point, and that's the story I gave in the book, The Law of Action.
Yeah, and you have to do something. And it's interesting too, because I think we also have to remember that there are different personality types, and we gravitate into a world of being similar. So if you do something like the Colby B index, and when I did the Colby B, my quick start and implementer scores are huge, but my follow through is in the toilet. My fact finder is kind of a little above middle. So I get just enough information to act. I'm already going. And T. Harv Eker was one of my mentors a long time ago. And one of the sayings he had was ready, fire, aim. And I am that guy. Ready, fire, aim. You got to get ready.
Oh my God.
You got to do a little bit of get ready. You can't just fire. You got to get ready a little bit. But some people get ready and get ready and get ready and get ready and get ready. Bloody fire already. Will you?
And then they aim.
And they aim and they aim and they aim and they aim and they think about
aim
it.
And then breathe.
Yeah.
Breathe.
You got to fire.
And
right?
Scott, so does it work? Yes or yes?
Yes or yes. Exactly. Right.
By the way, that's an inside thing for people that don't know. That's Harv Eker's one of his big things was yes or yes.
Yeah.
Or like Tony Robbins, what is it? Say aye.
Yeah.
Everybody said say aye.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the things I want to throw in, I don't want to miss it. Kelly Falardeau had a lot of just nuggets, but one of the ones that just blew my mind was speaking to people, especially younger people, and saying at the beginning of the talk, if you have your cell phone, this is my phone number. Text me any questions you have while I'm talking. And I thought, it blew my mind, because as a speaker, I have this thought that if you have your cell phone out, you're just being rude. Put your cell phones away. Turn your cell phones off. Like, that's a thing we say. Please turn your cell phones off. And she did flip the script on it. It's like, text me a questions. And then she gets through part of her thing, and maybe she forgets what she's going to say, or, it's vibrated in her butt 6-7 times. She's like, I'm just going to take a few questions from the audience. And like, oh, here's a good question. And you answer it. And that person, they don't have to put up their hand and reveal their vulnerability. They don't have to be seen. They don't have to speak in public. They can comfortably fire off their question, and you can choose and answer it. Like, it's brilliant on brilliant on brilliant on brilliant. And I never would have thought of it.
Well, I'll add one more.
It reminded me so much.
Sorry, go ahead, Laura. I interject.
No, that's fine. I grew up in my entrepreneurial journey with a lot of social media managers. So we've never told people to shut off their phones. It was, please use your phones to take pictures, for hashtags, for taking videos, tag people in it, make sure that there's engagement on social media. So people go, what is going on? Why is everybody talking about it? Why am I missing it? I need to be there. So when Kelly was talking about that, I'm like, that is a whole new level of using what's already in front of someone to amplify what is already going on.
Well, I'll give you one, Scott, that you'll like this too, I think. One of our students years back, when he started into our program, I said to him, how are you getting so many great pictures? This guy always had great pictures. His name is Dave Clare. Give Dave a shout out. But he's an Australian speaker from Canada originally. And I said, how do you have so many great pictures? Like, do you have a photographer on staff or something? Like, you just had photos all the time. And I'm like, nobody can have that many stage photos all the time. And he goes, oh, it's what I do when I go to events. He said, is when I'm speaking on the stage, I let the audience know when I'm first starting, hey, I would love it if you want to grab a picture of me or two, post it on Twitter and tag an Australian's best speaker, hashtag Australia's best speaker. And then basically what he had then is he had the ability to follow up with people in his audience that he wouldn't have known otherwise. He had people giving him social proof that he was a great speaker in Australia. And he had photos he could use forever because he can, if they're doing it publicly, he can use those photos. But even at worst case, he reaches out and says, hey, can I use this photo? But he has a plethora of photos and people competing to take the best one. Because what he would say is, I'll pick somebody out of the people that do the pictures and I'll do a draw for a book. So again, sounds like such a small thing, but it covered off so many brilliant things just using the power of social media. And to your point, it's happening while he's on stage. Like, they're doing that while he's on stage, still speaking. He's getting results while he's already, impacting an audience at the same time.
And it's genius. Like, the number of times I've done a keynote talk or a big speech and I'm speaking in front of 1,000 people, 800 people, 600 people, I have no photos of it. None. Because I'm speaking, I'm busy. I don't have a crew, but he just cured that. There's an audience full of people with phones.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, and I get where it comes from, because especially if you're a little bit older generation, where a nightmare is to be speaking to a group of people and this is who you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while they go, like, that's scary. That's unnerving, right? Like, I mean, there's a guy in our church that does it all the time. He spends half the church thing on his phone. I'm like, he's saying some really good stuff up there and you're like surfing Facebook. What are you doing? Like, but so it's about letting that go and being in the new world.
100%. Well, Scott, if nothing else, you can reframe this now, but because you can say it as a worst case scenario, even if you didn't ask anything like Kelly or Dave to the audience, now you can say, wow, they might be taking a picture of me to post later. You can just reframe it, or say, like you said, they might be sending me a message via email for when I get back to the office. So you could reframe it now and say, I'm not going to even worry about it because they might be doing something that's actually a part of what I'm sharing. Maybe they're sending an email to somebody else and you wouldn't believe this amazing speaker. He just said this. Now he said this. Who knows, right? I mean, so
you don't know. They could be taking notes, and it's about letting that go. Yeah. So that was massive. Like, Kelly she just says all these great pieces, but that was amazing. I will say, like, but Joe talking about being afraid to be on stage and being afraid to be a musician and being afraid to speak and I'm like, Joe Vitale? What? Yeah.
I'm so glad that came out, that he was an introvert. We all know him as this wonderful speaker, and yet he doesn't want to be on the stage. He wants to sit home and do it from Zoom now. I get it.
I will tell you, I sent this in the private chat so people would know this. I don't know if you guys saw when I put it, because I put a couple of comments sandwiched around it, but I made a comment that what he said at the end there, and I'm bringing this up for a reason, for people that are doing events, maybe you're interviewing somebody on Zoom for a podcast, what have you. And I think sometimes we forget the power of social proof. And so what I mentioned to you guys in the chat is you guys now have a testimonial from Joe Vitale. Because at the end, while you guys are on the screen, he said, oh my gosh, you guys, I love that your authenticity. I love all that kind of stuff. If you decide to do that at any point, you can crop that piece and that becomes a part of your highlight reel. So, but a lot of people say to me, well, how did you get this and how'd you get that? It's because the only thing I did different is I captured this stuff. I realized, okay, well, and you can't manipulate it. Like, I would never try to get them to say something about me. But if you do enough interviews, those things just tend to happen. But one thing I did learn, which is a tip for people, just like I say, make sure to take your screenshots. If you're with somebody, take a picture. If you're with somebody that you want to post that picture for your website, don't miss that opportunity. I will say as well, when it comes to videos and stuff like this, don't stop the camera until the interview's really done. Meaning, like, so I did an interview with Les Brown where we were at his house and we're filming and it's done. And I'm taking the camera stuff off. And that, you guys may have seen this clip, but it's the clip where Les says, do you speak on stages? And we're just chatting, right? And he's taking the camera off, like the phone or the mic off and stuff. And he goes, I said, yeah. He goes, I always know when I'm in the presence of greatness. You can't sneak up on the old man. And I'm like, and I went to
Yes.
his manager and said, can I use that clip? And he said, yeah, absolutely. But what's so great about that clip is he's literally taking off the mic. So you know it's not like he sat in front of a thing and said, Corey, I'll do this testimonial for you. But my point is if I did, by the way, we had 3 cameras and I had only one left on. And I was just about to shut that one off. That never would have existed. Nobody would have ever saw that. So, and Ken Honda, if you guys were on the author training recently, Ken made a comment near the end. He said, if you need me to do a video testimonial, buddy, I'm all in. Well, technically, I could say, Ken, can I use that as the video testimonial? Because that's more authentic, because he's saying, I'm happy to do it, so that people know it's not like something where he stood in front of the thing and filmed for an hour to get it right.
Yeah.
So, but my point, just to take away from that, is when you're doing these video interviews, and if you bring somebody on, A, think about what was said and can I use that in some way? And then B, don't shut it off until it's off.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to put that out there.
So good. So good. And Amy, Dr. Amy was amazing. I mean, I couldn't shut up. I want to just like get in the car and go visit her right now and work with her. She's amazing.
Yes. If you go, take me with you.
Right?
I think the 3 of us being in the same room would have so much to talk about, and just to collaborate all of our areas of expertise and how we use the same information but in different ways.
Yeah.
Oh, my heart was just soaring. I was like, yes, yes.
Yeah. I reached out to her immediately, and I've already reached out to one of my clients. I'm like, you got to reach out to this lady. she knows what you need. Like,
well, it's amazing, and I'll add something else for people when they're saying, because I get questions all the time, like, how did you get to meet this person or that person? And one of the things that I do, and we can do it easier now online, is I do a lot of networking inside private groups. So, for instance, I'm a part of C-Suite Network, which that one costs a little bit more. But this other one costs a lot more, or more, I should say. But Kyle Wilson's networking group. So Kyle Wilson was mentioned yesterday. Ethel mentioned him, and I think she mentioned he's one of her mentors. Well, Kyle, for a lot of people that don't know his name, he was actually Jim Rohn's business partner. So he actually owned Jim Rohn International. Like, he was the owner. And when Jim passed, he sold the company. And Kyle also was a meeting planner, event planner. So he would book Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy, Dennis Waitley. And so what Kyle has now is this mastermind, an inner circle mastermind. And there is an investment. It's a pretty sizable investment. Well, Ethel is a member of that, and so is Amy. So when people say, how do you meet these great people? I'm investing both in myself, time-wise, and money. But that's how. It's these private groups that you just don't know who you're going to meet. Like, I actually am beating myself up because I haven't been jumping in the C-suite as much as I should. I said 2022 I was going to jump in more. I've only been to 3 meetings. And even from a business point of view, I never go into any of that looking for clients. But I have 3 high-level clients, and I was from C-suite, and I've only been to 3 meetings. That's 1 per meeting. And again, I've only been there 3 times at 45 minutes going to a meeting and just introducing myself. You guys met, I think a lot of you guys met the Bossy Girl.
Yes.
On the
weekend.
Yes. So Crystal, I met through the C-Suite Network. We were just both on the Friday night meeting. And so anyway, I just want to put that out there for people, more of a business tip. But this day and age where you can't travel to places, don't discount the idea of being on calls. We try to do that, as you guys know, with Blue Talks, and the Influencer Vault is have a monthly meeting where people get together and network, because you can meet more people now in one networking meeting in 45 minutes than we used to meet perhaps in a week if we were traveling around place to place. So just don't discount that.
Yeah.
Or you can attend live, or not live, Zoom events, and you can write all the notes in the comments and have this smiley face on camera, and then everybody just tends to reach out to you.
Yeah.
I saw that Tyson.
Oh.
I mean, people listening wouldn't know when I say Tyson who I mean, but Tyson's in my mastermind, and he was one of the coaches at the event. And Laura, I saw that Tyson reached out and said, "Can I get your notes?" Did you see that yet?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't see that.
So he commented somewhere and he tagged you in, and he said, it was inside one of the groups, I think, but he said, "Laura, I couldn't attend, and I couldn't be in 2 places at once," and where he was coaching a lot. And he said, "I saw your amazing note taking." He said, "Laura, can I get your notes?" So you talked about people reaching out. I mean, there you go. Right. And in our private, what would you call it? Our debriefing, that you were mentioned twice in our debriefing as like there was 100 people there almost at all times, 270 almost registered. And Laura was talked about at least 3 times inside her debriefing because of her note taking.
Yeah.
It works. Note taking. And Scott, what you do really well is Scott is like that. He interjects these amazing side comments in the chat. that are really funny, like rat farts. And, and again, that's a thing. But I mean, that rat farts thing lived for about an hour in the chat. But what I mean is, like, so you guys stand out. And so people are going to remember you and they're going to reach out and all that kind of stuff. So you're right, show up, but then show up. If you know what I mean. Like what I was trying to remember all weekend what Les said. Les Brown, he said, show up and something. And I can't remember what the something was. So I just keep saying show up and show up with capital letter.
Yeah. 80% of success is showing up.
100%. So anything else that jumped out to you guys?
Oh, awesome. Kelly had said that when you're trying to do an Amazon bestseller, there are 6,500 categories and 11,000 hidden categories for your book.
That's crazy.
By the way, I didn't know that. And I've been a part of selecting categories, and I didn't know there was that many. That's crazy.
So many.
I know that when we were worried.
Now I gotta find that quote somewhere.
I was gonna say I was gonna say, yeah, it's amazing. Like when you talk about that, the categories, we were really worried about one of the books because, as you guys know, there was a big hiccup, and it was actually, once we got things rebooted, the system worked the way it always should have. I think it was just because we were days from Christmas and there was just a hiccup for the holidays. But Scott, again, those categories, one of those categories, as I mentioned to you, was something to do with ultramarathon, and it was a tinier category. And so we're like, no matter what, Scott's going to help us get the bestseller, because and I will say this, and this is a big thing, like some people could just pick, like there are people that'll pick random categories, like Amish Kool-Aid, as a category. Well, nobody's going to be in there. I'm just randomly picking something, right? Two things that aren't even a category, but I'm saying like that would be a small category. Like, knitting for Amish people or something like that, right? It would be really small. So if some people pick that, even though they're books about sports, well, what I 100% respect about Kelly is we're saying, okay, who in our book fits in one of these categories? We're not saying let's shove this circle into a square just to get the bestseller list. Like we're like, no, it can't go on there unless somebody in the book is in this area. And we had other areas, but it's just that when she talked about categories, like you obviously want to get the categories with the least amount of chartings. And that category had like maybe 500, whereas a lot of categories will have like 10,000 or 20,000. So yeah, Laura, you're right. It's that whole system is amazing. And when you hear people talking about all the time about how you're gaming the system, and I will say the Amazon system is almost more pure than anything else, because it's like real sales. You have to make those real sales for Amazon to notice the algorithm. Now there are ways you can pick a certain time of day, you pick that smaller category and all these things to game it for your benefit. But the truth is Amazon's at least trying to make it.
You're not gaming the system. You're understanding.
Yes, fair enough.
100%. Because if you're just, and I'm not to be self-deprecating, but if you're just an idiot like me and you just like, you just put it out there, I'm sure it'll be fine. You're not going anywhere because you don't know what you're doing. You need to understand the rules. If you don't play by the rules because you don't understand them, you're not going to have any success. To me, that's not gaming the system. That means she's figured out how the system works and she's working within the system.
True. 100%.
Smart.
Yeah. I guess my thinking was like, you're working the system to your advantage, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's the norm. Like iTunes, by the way, second little one of these for people that may not know this, but iTunes, they have a system where if you want to get up the charts, you just follow a certain pattern. So for instance, iTunes I'll call it Waze, subscriptions heavier than listens, which confuses people, right? You'd think, okay, well, if you have 1 million listens, that should be better than 1,000 subscriptions. But the way iTunes looks at it is they're saying if Scott took the time to subscribe, then that means he's going to get updates from Corey's show over and over. There's a better chance he's going to be an ongoing listener. And they want ongoing listeners, not a one-time. Yeah. So because of that, they weigh ratings and reviews and subscriptions higher than listens. So what I'm getting at is you'll be better off to get 300 subscriptions than 10,000 listens in a day on iTunes. 300 subscriptions would probably rock you up almost to the number one spot. But you're not really gaming the system. You're just living within the system that they've developed.
You're understanding the system. It's like having a road with a yellow line in the middle. It's like, well, I'm going to drive on the road. Well, we should just drive organically in the field. No, you should learn how to drive on the road. That's how it works. Like it's just logical.
And you know what? If that system didn't exist, I mean, there's goods and bads of this, but the downside is what would happen is you would never, ever, ever have anybody making the charts or getting discovered, because if you look at who's at the top, you'd have like Gary Vee and Joe Rogan and Tim Ferriss, like they would just be always the top 10. And nobody would, like, so new shows wouldn't get discovered. I think actually everybody'd suffer if nobody worked the system a little bit, because nobody would discover new shows and the big shows would just get bigger. But it means, I think in general, we'd all suffer. To be like if there was only 10 TV shows on TV. So there's something to be said for that. But the thing about the system still is you can work it to your advantage, but Gary Vee and those guys are still gonna rise back up again, because they have the built-in system that's like they really have 500,000 subscribers. And so you can do a spike every now and then, but they're always going to have that. So it's kind of the fair system, because they're not losing anything. They just get bumped down for an hour or two or a day, but then they bump back up. But I mean, this is behind the curtain, but I thought when you mentioned that about with Kelly and Laura, you mentioned the categories, I thought I'd share with people that it's the same with iTunes. If you know how to do it, you can get on the charts. And the benefit to that is once you're on the charts, you can always say, my show is a top rated show.
And it's there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's understanding the rules. It's how the world works. It's how politicians work. They know the rules and we don't. So they get to do things that make things happen that we couldn't possibly do because we don't know all the rules. And I thought it was interesting when you were saying, Laura, that there's 11,000 hidden categories and 6,500 known categories. If I just did the math just for fun, and I had to redo it to just double check, but if you spent 5 seconds per category, you just looked at the category, how many books are in that category average? So 5 seconds per category. That's 24 hours of research. So to understand that is huge. It's huge.
Wow. That's crazy, Scott. Well, and that's the thing when people say with Kelly's quote unquote system, and I say quote unquote because she's developed this thing that's really like a system. There's multiple facets. So like people say, well, I can duplicate that. Well, yeah, you can. But do you know about this? And do you know about this? That's going to happen here. Like, and to your point is, do you like when she knows to go through those categories and she has a software that helps her figure out how many are in the category, all that stuff she's doing in the back end, what that does, and this is something I know is important to you, Scott, but it means that your book's not just going to be there for an hour. It's probably going to stay there, sustained for a while. And she knows those things. Whereas some people do the bestseller launches, but they go and they're there for an hour and they disappear forever.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's little nuances and how she sets up the website and all that. There's little nuances that not everybody knows. And then the secondary part, and this is the thing that took me years to learn. Do you want to figure that out on your own? Or do you want to spend your time in your genius zone and have somebody else doing what they do well? And I think a lot of us early on, we put in the time trying to figure out the stuff we really have no business doing because we don't want to spend the money or we don't have the money. And let's be fair, that's honest and it happens. But at some point, if you want to grow, you have to go, okay, this is not my thing. I need to, what does Michael Gerber say? The E-Myth, I have to work on my business instead of in my business. Meaning like if launching a book, like we're a great example, right? With the Blue Talks book. I know how to use I know how to do the same system as Kelly. I mean, not only like, because I actually, there Laura goes, I did launches way before I ever met Kelly. And the only difference is Kelly does it there we go. And I could probably grab one. I don't have one here. But hold on. Kelly does, oh yeah. Oh my gosh. That's going old school. That's old school.
I know. I found it on my shelf. Like,
wow.
Look at that, Corey.
Yeah. That's
where is he? Oh, no way.
And for the Canadians right below me, that's Natalie McMaster.
I didn't know that was Corey.
That's me.
Wait, there we go.
And below, 3 down, Laura, is the late Candy Palmater. Aw. You remember Candy?
Wow, that's awesome.
You remember Candy? She used to have the Candy show in Halifax.
Name.
So what I was gonna say about the system though is like I can replicate Kelly's system. I do know the system inside and out, but is that my best use of my time? You know, right. So my point is we hire Kelly for every one of our Blue Talks books. And this is meant to be a show for Kelly. I'm just saying we hire Kelly for every one of our Blue Talks books, just like Kelly said to me, or Kelly said, I don't want to try to figure out how to do the Tedx on my own over and over again. And so she said, I'm going to go to somebody who knows that system. So yeah, I think that's another takeaway from this is there are people that's their genius zone. And maybe sometimes we need to invest either time or money in that. By the way, my mom she's on here too. I still remember that skydiving stint. Yeah, Nancy, by the way, is my mom. She said, I still remember that skydiving stint. So that means the picture Laura showed in the back.
Yes.
She said, I nearly had a stroke because she was there with me.
For those.
Yeah. She said,
There we go.
the tip she gives to other mothers is never go watch your son skydiving.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't mean to go down that rabbit hole that far, Scott, but and Laura is about the Kelly situation. But yeah, I think people need to know sometimes you can't always do it all on your own.
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of pieces around working with a mentor who's been where you want to go, right? So I mean, when I take all my junk to the accountant, he just boom, there you go. You pay this tax and you do this, you got that credit, and you're good. And I'm just like, wow, how do you figure that out? This seems like a bunch of stuff to me. But when people come to me with fitness and nutrition, it's just obvious. And I was talking to Scott Allen, who's coaching me on my next book, and you know, he didn't say this, but it felt this way in the conversation because he's got 10 best-selling books. So to him, his day is, oh, I went to the grocery store and I got some groceries, and on the way home I went to the coffee shop and I got a sandwich and I got a coffee, and then I went and I spent 20 or 30 minutes and I uploaded my latest book to Amazon. I did on Barnes and Noble, I did in the book club and everything, and then I went and I watched, you know, I washed the cat, and I did, like, it's just blah 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 in amongst his day. Like, I submitted my book to Amazon and it became a bestseller last week, was just part of his day. Whereas to me, it's just like, oh, like that's like Everest. Your 10th book is an international #1 bestseller, and that was just part of your day. To me, that just seems incredible. But to him, just, well, of course, you just do all these steps. That's the beautiful thing of a coach. It's just like, well, of course, this is just what you do because I've done it. But to us that have never done it, it seems like magic.
Yeah. That's what Joe was saying when he was explaining who he was and telling some of the things he's accomplished. He's just like, yeah, I've done this. Oh, yeah. And I forgot I was doing this.
Oh, yeah. I have a TV show.
Yeah, TV show too. That's right. Yeah, and the project we're working on, which I won't go into much detail here. Joe, we already got his answer for, so he's going to be involved in that too. And so that's another documentary that he's already in, that, you know, and he knows about, but you know, he wouldn't mention that because what he said, like, and I'm in another 10 documentaries, and yeah, just part of my day. But yeah, and you know, it gets I think to be a point where the more you do, the more you do in your area of genius, the more the momentum builds, and eventually it is like multiple things. Like I wrote a foreword for somebody today that's a part of bLU Talks, and in the foreword I said, I get asked to write a lot of forewords. I rarely do any. That was how I started it, and I said, I never thought I would be saying that, because as a guy who barely graduated high school and didn't read my first book until age 27, I never thought I'd be asked to write somebody's foreword, let alone turning them down. But the point I was getting at is that and there's a whole big reason why I went into that. Because I even said, so why am I writing about not writing forewords in a foreword? And then I went and explained it. But the thing about that is like, I would never have thought I would have the opportunity to have maybe 10 people in 6 months say, will you write my foreword? Yeah. And to be able to turn down a lot of them. But there gets to be a point where you're like, well, which ones do I say yes to and which ones do I say no to? Because I can't say yes to everything.
Yes.
The ones that amplify your message.
Yes, Laura. And then also, for me, I look at in my network, if it's somebody in my community, yes, I'm more apt to say yes. So I hate to say it that way, but if it's somebody in bLU Talks, for instance, I'm more apt to say yes than if it's somebody that I know randomly or, you know from afar. So I weigh a lot of different things, but you're right. Amplifying the message is powerful too. Like, look at Jack Canfield. I mean, if he wasn't known for all the chicken soup, if nothing else, he'd be known for the amount of endorsements he's done for books over the years. It is good branding because most people want his endorsement on the front cover. So how many front covers of books has his name been on? So there is a branding component to that as well. I mean, but I think you have to truly like the book you're endorsing, and it really has to be, the biggest thing is it has to be in alignment with who you are.
Yeah.
So, but there is when you say amplify the message, there is something to that as well, because you never know with a new book, if somebody reaches you and you write the foreword or write an endorsement, you never know if that book's going to get read a lot or seen by a lot of people. So it's almost like an investment. You never know if it's going to happen. So you got to be wise with it. How many of these am I willing to write? Because especially forewords, they take a lot more time than endorsing a book, obviously. You're writing 3 or 4 pages every time. So it's just to the point of what, like Joe said, I mean, it's not at the same level, but yeah, the more stuff you do, the more opportunities come your way, and the more you have to realize this is a yes and this is a no. having said that, happy, we got about, I guess, 9 minutes left if we go to the same time as yesterday. Happy to tackle any more, or, for you guys to share any more takeaways. But also the other thing might be cool is to tell people what's coming up tomorrow as well.
Oh, there is one other takeaway that I wanted to share. Joe was talking about Ho'oponopono. He said I said it pretty well. So it's like, yay! I used to watch his videos and rewind because I had no idea what he was saying. I would write out all the letters. But yeah, he was talking about when you change yourself from the inside, that's when you see, I'm paraphrasing, that's when you see the reflection of the change in our outer world. And in every speaker we've had so far, we have heard the stories and the demonstration of that. It's like they are where they are now because they have done that work. Even though they didn't say it in as many words, every single one is proof of that. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to highlight that at the same time.
I love that.
Yay, everyone.
Yeah.
It's so true. Well, and it's funny because when you talk about certain words, like how powerful words are, and this is something that people that weren't on the author event that we did wouldn't have seen this unless you saw my other interview with him. But Ken Honda, when he talks about saying arigato, and
arigato money. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Shelly started to do that a lot. I've been doing it for a while now, and it's amazing. Like, it's not about, to me, it's about when you have that prosperity and abundance, it's more you can do for others. But what's wild is I've noticed a significant increase. I mean, at some point I'll reveal the percentages, but a big increase in revenue just since I started saying arigato. But here's the thing, not just to say it to generate more prosperity, but to truly be grateful for. And actually more so, I double down in the thanking you when it's spending money going out, which is the part people most have a hard, like people easily can say, oh, thank you that I found $1 on the ground. But that's a whole different thing than saying thank you, money leaving my account going to pay the power bill because I have money to pay the power bill.
Yep.
Totally. That was Ken Honda was amazing. And that was a paradigm shift for me. Happy money. Holy cow. That has changed my world in the last 3 weeks. It's unbelievable. I bill my clients with pride and joy because I know they're happy and I'm helping them and I feel good about it. And I had to pay, we did some work down in our house, building like an expansion to the back of our house for my swim training device and for me to coach people. And I paid the contractors $4,000 happily instead of going, oh, it's a lot of money and I don't have a lot of money. This is going to suck my savings dry. I was so happy because they created this space and it just changed. And money just feels like it's coming in easier.
Mm-hmm.
And more of it. And I celebrate it differently. It's because it's happy money because I'm helping people. I'm so thankful. That's huge.
So I'll put that up there if I can. Yeah, there's one book. And because you guys did it, I did have one behind me. So
nice. I've been practicing arigato money for a while, but I took it a step further and I wrote a love note to money. And I keep it in my wallet. It says, thank you, money. You've given me so many adventures, opportunities, and experiences. I'm sorry I've been needy, and I'm learning to feel that love and support from within first, bringing back in the Ho'oponopono. And then it says, thank you, love you, Laura Lake.
I love that.
Right? And I keep it with me to remind myself that if I forget to say arigato money, that I'm still having that gratitude and appreciation instead of being stuck in my old pattern of desperation.
Well, money's a big deal because there's so many layers on it as a society. Money is the root of all evil. No, that's that money's a tool. Mm-hmm. It's just a tool. It's like a hammer to a carpenter. It's just a tool. But we have so many layers on money, like that we don't have enough, or that it's dirty, or that it's wrong, or it's bad, or there's all this stuff around money. It's fascinating. And to just reframe it as happy money because you're doing good work.
This is synchronicity, but is it? I don't know. But I think it's wild because I just put up Katrina's comment about how Happy Money, the book, has amazing blessings for all of us. But then you started mentioning about tools. And this was something that I noticed Miles mentioned earlier when we were talking about hiring for your weaknesses, hiring that other person. You could be a mechanic, yet with the proper tools, you are more efficient and sought after.
Yes.
And so it's just funny how you just start talking about tools. And here we have a comment from 10 minutes ago about tools. You know, I believe in synchronicity, so much so that this just happened. I got to write it down, so I'm reminding myself as I'm telling you guys. But I'm in this book series called the I think they changed. No, it's all the same name. I don't know if you guys can see that, the 13 Steps to Riches.
Yeah.
What it is it's the 13 laws from Napoleon Hill's book. So each book, like one's on desire, one's on faith, one's on auto-suggestion, one's on specialized knowledge. So every chapter in Napoleon Hill's book, we write a chapter on it and our belief around it. Anyway, so I said to Shelley, there was just something I forget what it was, but I was like, I jumped into it because I want the legacy of writing a part of Napoleon Hill's book and just being a part of that. And being a part of the legacy of Think and Grow Rich. I'm going to show you guys something, but I said, I did it solely for that reason, no other reason. But I don't know if it, made sense for me to be in the book. And I don't know if, if there's any other benefit that'll come from it or if it's even the right move. I just know I want it to be a part of like a Think and Grow Rich legacy. Mm-hmm. And then she opened the latest book that just came in the mail. I think this is the one. She opened the book. As I'm saying it, it opened to this page. Mm-hmm. I'm talking, she opened the entire book to the page that I'm on. And you guys may or may not be able to see. Where is it at here?
No.
Where is that? Oh, there.
Zoom in. It's not
gonna... see if I can show this here. One sec here. Which am I on?
Other
the right
page.
Can you guys see that? No.
No.
Right there. Right there. The other side.
Oh, 111.
111. So I'm on page 111. And so she opened the book to page 111 with my picture on it. The book just came in the mail, and I was telling her about it, and she opened it without looking to that page. And so what does that mean? I mean, in synchronicity world, maybe it means, okay, there is a reason. You're in the right place. You should be doing this book. But I had said to her, I think I'm just doing it for that, but I don't know if any other benefit will come out. So again, what does that mean? It could just be an affirmation that you're on the right track. But the way I look at it is there's other ones that'll have more meaning. And if I don't acknowledge this one, the universe will think I don't want more of them.
Right.
So in other words, what I do, to Laura's point about writing the love note, I actually have a book. It's a Tree of Love book that I got in Salem, Massachusetts, where the witch trials were. And in that book, I write down the synchronicities that happen. Because James talks about it in Celestine, if you acknowledge them or notice them, you'll get more of them. So I figured, well, what more acknowledging is than actually physically writing them down and journaling them. So I started journaling them, and now I get more of them. Maybe I'm not getting more. Maybe I just notice them, like the new car we buy and we see everywhere then. But who cares what the reason is? At least I'm seeing more of them and experiencing them. So I just want to put that out there on synchronicity. So I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to mention on that note or on Ken's book or anything like that. But otherwise, I'm going to run down who we have tomorrow. Laura, I think, has one more thing to add.
One more thing to say. The whole Superman pose that Amy was talking about, and then her silly quote of ribs down, belly out. I couldn't help but laugh with that one. I'm picturing Superman, right, being all confident and stuff with his ribs down, belly out. That feels like an oxymoron.
And so Amy said that today, but who's the name of the Amy that does that? There's a Tedx talk around the Superman pose.
Oh,
Amy Cuddy? Is it Cuddy?
I can't remember her last name.
Tasia Valenza, a friend of the show and our community, she talks about that. It's her favorite TED talk, and she does the Superman pose.
Now, the first one or the second one? Because the first one is talking about power posing, and then the second one is diving deeper a little bit further to say it's not just about the pose.
I think it might be the power pose one.
Yeah, no, the same woman had to come back and
yeah. I don't know which one it is. I just know she does this in the TED talk, and it became a big deal. So when you did that, it made me think of that. So I'll bet you.
No, it's the whole superhero landing where you're like, yeah, and then getting up from that. That to me is my power pose.
I love it. Amazing. Yeah, I love the idea of the power pose. So as far as tomorrow, just to let you guys know who's on tomorrow. And then, of course, we can say our goodbyes. But so tomorrow, and I'm going to get you guys to help me with this because there's a couple. Well, I guess I know everybody except for one person. So Janet Atwood's on, and she is the author of The Passion Test. Brilliant book about how to find your passion. It's probably the most well-known book on that. And I'm excited about this because, of course, I wrote the book of why. So passion and why, kind of relate in a certain way, like finding your calling. And so I'm excited to have her on. Dr. Karen Hardy, who's been a friend of the show. We had her speak at Harvard with us for Blue Talks. She's been a part of the Blue Talks book series. Demetria Cook, who's another Blue Talks community member who was in one or two of the Blue Talks books. And then we have Lance Kocher, who I know from Amy Cuddy. Somebody put it in their body language. So Lance, I know from Miami, who I can't remember how Lance and I met. Oh, he joined our Tedx program a long time ago. He was introduced by somebody, but we interviewed him for the documentary project that I was talking about. And he's a uber cool dude. You guys are gonna love him. He's got the highest energy. He's got me beat by a mile. So he's high energy. And so we have Lance, and the one that I said I don't know, and I can't remember who. I think it was maybe Scott that invited him. Is Darren Thomas.
Yes.
So I looked a little bit about his. Looked a little bit on the website. He is Darren the one that co-owns the company that he's got, like, he's a funny guy that has like humorous. I mean, like, he has the website. He's the co-founder. I'm trying to think of the name of the company. Para something.
So he built Performanation from
That's
scratch.
It, Perform. Yes.
Yeah. And so Darren is he's one of my best friends in the world, and he's a battery. You know, people, like, some people are energy vampires, some people are batteries. Darren's a battery. He always just brings you up. He gifts you so much energy and perspective. He is an amazing, amazing guy, and he has built several companies from scratch to stupendous success. He's always a big thinker. He's a no limits kind of guy. There's nobody I know better to amplify your message. Like, he's one of my favorite human beings. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to talk with Darren and share some of his stories. And he's done so many things. He's so bold. He's just crushed it. Like these superhero shaker cups, right?
Yeah.
That's his company. And he took that.
Laura has 8 of them.
What's that?
And Laura has 8 of them.
I know. Oh, I've got
Look out. I might have 9, maybe 10. I don't know.
Laura has a lot of them.
I did change one into a pinky pool instead of a superwoman.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just know Laura has some of them.
So yeah, he created that company from scratch and took all the big risks to partner with Marvel and Disney and DC Comics, and now he's got baseball league and NHL and football. Like, he's bold. He just does things. You know, it's amazing. He's phenomenal.
Well, when I said about the co-founder thing, I can't remember where I spotted it, but when I went and did a bit of research, I found a video of him. It was like him. It was a really funny video. That's why I said about the humor side. It was him talking about being the co-founder, but it was it's a YouTube video, and he's sitting there like kind of looking sideways at the camera, and I can't remember everything he said, but it was just humorous because he was talking about founding the company and stuff, and it was not your traditional meet the founder type thing. So yeah, so that's what I remembered from researching Darren really quickly.
Yeah.
And Performa.
Yes.
I remember the name.
Yeah. So, and he's helped build a company called Higher Health, which is dehydrated beef liver and stuff, like organic. And he's crazy amazing.
Cool. Well, we're going to get to meet him tomorrow, and we'll get to find all about that. So, wow, this has been an amazing day. I didn't expect to have you guys jump back on and be on this long. So I thank you guys for your energy. I know how tough it is. Look at the notes that Laura's making. Like, this is like a university course this week for Laura. So
yeah.
So I love it. So, you know, I just want to thank you guys once again. Didn't get a chance to say it yesterday at all. So I want to thank you guys for just embracing this. You guys are amazing. I feel like this show already feels more like yours than mine. So thank you guys for making that possible, making that magic happen. And thanks for being so flexible with this. And yeah, so we'll be back here tomorrow. I mentioned yesterday, or I guess it was this morning, earlier today, I mentioned that I'm only on for 4 interviews, but one of them is the first one tomorrow. And then you'll have Laura and Scott for the rest. And then I have one more on Thursday. But other than that, Laura and Scott are your people for the rest of the week. So you guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. I'll let you guys tomorrow after my interview kind of welcome everybody, and I'll let you guys close it off each day. But I just want to thank you guys so much. And this is like, again, a handoff. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Corey.
You guys are amazing. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. And back tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Eastern. See everybody then. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.